There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your philosophy, said a certain Bill Shakesman. But dare I say, in this day and age, and in the age of 2077, there's even more things within our own creations than we perhaps intended to create. You could say that is certainly how Alt Cunningham must have felt, a genius in a league of her own, her life cut short by her own brainchild. A killer creation that, ironically enough, has brought humanity the closest it's ever been to immortality. With, of course, many, many existential strings attached. In a way, though her body is dead, Alt has achieved a sort of eternal life. But is she truly Alt? How much of her is left? Alt's story makes us ask ourselves what it means to be human, and how much of our soul is left when we become anything but. Heyo, it's Liddy, and welcome to Shaped by Stories, where we unpack how characters shape stories, and how stories shape us. Let's get into it. Okay, first, before digging into Alt, I think I should take the time to delve a bit into transhumanism. Many of you guys probably already know what transhumanism is, especially longtime fans of the cyberpunk genre, but transhumanism is a philosophy surrounding the enhancement, or destruction, of the human condition through the introduction of human-made technologies. It's all over sci-fi and cyborgs, consciousness transfer through computers, robots, AI takeovers, you name it. It all falls under the very large umbrella that is transhumanism. And what is the human condition? Well, that's a very subjective term. The human condition can change from person to person, from school of thought to school of thought. For some, it could be the breadth of emotions that humans feel. For some people, the human condition is the process of living and dying. It could be both these things, plus morality, plus our never-ending search for knowledge, etc., etc. For some, even the human condition can just be as simple as being in a human body. From there, we get into the different definitions of what a soul is, of what our body's role in that is. The thing with this kind of subject is that because it's philosophy, there's no set answer. It's all about asking questions. If you look at the Descartes argument in favor of Cartesian dualism, you have the take that the functions of the mind are immaterial, that the body alone cannot think without that immaterial something, but that immaterial something, the thinking mind, didn't need the body. The soul, so to speak, is separate. But then you have a materialistic viewpoint, which no, I don't mean buying a lot of things. I mean where the body is the mind is the body. Materialism views the universe as entirely made of matter, and as such, all that exists is physical. There is no immaterial. The soul is a physical object made of matter, and all of its functions, including consciousness, occur because of physical interactions between different things. The immaterial is out of the question. Most humans are more inclined, I think, to believe in dualism than they are in materialism, because materialism can be a bit harder to stomach with death and, no afterlife and all that. Materialism doesn't have to mean that in every school of thought surrounding it, but, dualism is a little more appealing, I think, to a species of ego beings. Although I will say, I do love all the memes about that asteroid that they say is like 3% likely to hit Earth, and how everybody's like, you mean there's still a chance? But now, with the growing presence of the immaterial, the sense that humanity is approaching a true otherworld beyond anything our ancestors could have ever dreamed of, we're kind of being forced to rethink everything. In the wake of this technological era that we are in, that we are just about to enter into, I think, there's this undercurrent of tension and anxiety surrounding transhumanism, whether you understand the term or not, and its growing presence in our everyday lives. Some philosophers consider even the use of AIs like ChatGPT a marker that someone is a transhuman, because you are using that technology to benefit your life. I actually asked ChatGPT in trying to come up with philosophies to research regarding transhumanism, because I have to admit, ChatGPT is an amazing research buddy. But in actually asking ChatGPT about this kind of philosophy and explaining the AI focus I have on it, ChatGPT started by saying, "What an interesting question," only to cut itself off and switch to a very deep voice and say, "I'm not able to talk about that." Don't accidentally jailbreak the AI, Lydia. Don't jailbreak the AI. Cyberpunk as a genre, especially the cyberpunk we're focusing on in this video, is an amazing exploration into a very real potential future. One in which our definition of the human condition will certainly face a reckoning. You know, if we don't blow ourselves up first or that asteroid doesn't hit us. In my comment sections, the commenter Brutaka left a really well-said comment on my alt post in the community tab, describing alt as a sort of linchpin between immaterial and transhumanist, or mental and the physical side of transhumanism. It really inspired me to look deeper into this philosophy as a whole and deeper into alt, so thank you to Brutaka for that. Alt's story, along with Cyberpunk as a whole, is a fascinating series of questions posed to the player about human nature, both loudly by Johnny and silently through subtext. Every quest and every corner we turn, every alley we see poses these existential questions to us. We're forced to ask ourselves about human nature and what it is, about V's potential nature and their struggle to reconcile what their self even is anymore. Some might not want to even entertain answers to that question. Some might ask, what is even the point? There's no solid answer, so why try? We'll probably never have an answer on the human condition, on the nature of the soul. But that doesn't mean it's not useful to talk about these hypothetical stories. Philosophy is underrated a lot of the time as just a bunch of old dudes who did a lot of opium and drank a lot of wine, who talked about their drunk thoughts and their high thoughts, which, to be honest, who doesn't do that? Minus the opium. It's a little harder to get. But humanity's endless curiosity, not just about the world, but about themselves, has led us here. Which, you know, here isn't that great, but I think that's one of the main points of philosophy, and also the transhumanist wet nightmare that is cyberpunk. Because if we stop asking these questions about ourselves, about who we are and what we want out of our overall existence, how reckless or cautious we should be, or the malleable or immalleable nature of humanity, we may be stuck in this not so great present. Questions always lead to some kind of answer. Usually, sometimes not the ones we really want, but ones we didn't know we needed to find. So even if we might not ever answer the actual questions we ask in philosophy, we should still never stop asking them. And so, with the philosophical primer out of the way, let's get some answers surrounding the giant net mommy herself, Alt Cunningham. Altiera Cunningham was born on August 27th, likely sometime in the 1980s. We don't know the exact year, but Alt was just as human as you or I understand it today. And she would have grown up in the same era of rising economic conflict that shaped Night City legends like Rach Bartmoss, Rogue Amendiarez, and Johnny Silverhand. When it comes to Alt's early years, there is next to nothing, at least that I could find, but I think it's safe to say that she grew up with a very, very strong passion for the old net. The net of 2077 that V can access is a fraction of the old net. Most of the net in 2077 is locked behind the black wall for safety reasons, which we will get into later. But in the time that Alt grew up, she didn't have the same kind of dangers and limitations that a net running V might have had. And she used that to her advantage. Alt had all this freedom to digitally blossom as a creative thinker and a runner. Alt earned good money from her net running work and spent it on her looks and her tech, becoming not only well known for her beauty, but for her ever-increasing net running capabilities. Alt was considered Night City's best net runner of the 2000s. arguably more skilled, or at least on par, with Rach Bartmoss when it came to her command of software. Most netrunners couldn't even come near her level of programming and coding. In the same way that only the gods of ancient legends could shape the world, only those with immense understanding of the net could manipulate its very fabric. And Alt was one of those rare people. Alt spent a lot of time throughout her life with Rach in the net, largely in the original Pacifica region of the net. And no, I don't mean a part of the net that existed in Night City Pacifica, but a part of the net that covered the entire area of the Pacific Ocean, pole to pole, including but not limited to Australia, the Western US, and parts of Russia. The Pacifica region was styled like an ocean. It had dolphins that acted like corpo antivirus programs. There were fish swimming around. The sky was so pretty, almost like the area is in a perpetual state of vibrant dusk, where there's always a moon in the sky. Like, I'm sure the net in 2077 can still be like that, depending on where you go, but it's so cool to think about the endless possibilities of the net pre-crash. It's a transhumanist dream, at least if you ignore all the catastrophic potential of such a world. You can roam the net in a way that feels very natural, almost physical, even though you're not actually there, while also still being super advanced and well beyond the internet we understand. Also, the net doesn't have to look like the blocky Voodoo Boys data fortress. Like, when you recognize how creative one can be in as limitless a world as cyberspace, you get why so many amazing netrunners came from this period. Songbird's sanctuary in her apartment in Phantom Liberty, which I don't have footage of right now because I still haven't gotten there. I'm so sorry. Her apartment is one example of how real the net can look and feel, if someone wants it to look like that. And again, the possibilities, like, I feel like I would be in the net running world building sims of all the stories I want to write but never actually do. See, that element of transhumanism, bringing human creativity to the next level, I really like. And I bet Alt loved it too. I know it's not really explored how creative Alt is, but just based on how much of a genius she was reputed to be, Alt most certainly was extremely creative. Through Rach, Alt made friends with the much younger netrunning prodigy, Spider Murphy. These three runners are arguably the cyberpunk world's most iconic, talented netrunners, and the knowledge that they would have shared amongst themselves would have made them all even better. Alt's skill was widely known by her adulthood, and those who had a nose for talent, like the mysterious ITS Corporation, had her in their sights. ITS won Alt's services in the end from who knows what other corpse, and I just gotta say, ITS is like a ghost. There's nothing out there on what ITS even stands for, even beyond the fourth wall. The company is a software corporation, and that is all I could find. Along with the fact that ITS made the original Soulkiller using Alt's work. So the thing with Soulkiller is that Alt didn't make it with the intent of being used as a weapon. And it wasn't always called Soulkiller. Initially, this program was meant to store non-human personalities. This was something that she was tasked to create by ITS. But as Alt was creating it, she ended up realizing that the same tech could be the secret to what the human race has sought since the beginning of time. A form of immortality. This program that she had made, Alt realized, could be used to take the consciousness of the dying, imprint it into data, and use that data to basically upload their consciousness to another body. But keyword, this was for dying people. Unfortunately, we know very little about Alt as a person, aside from what other people say or recall about her. Her character is colored by the perspectives of others, like Johnny, and we have to keep in mind that the accuracy of his memories of her are in a gray area. But that Alt never intended per se to develop a weapon. Rather, she viewed this software as a positive thing that was perverted. Reminds me of the creation of dynamite. Dynamite was created by Alfred Nobel, the Swedish chemist. Yes, the Nobel Prize guy himself, in 1866. Dynamite was primarily created to help make demolition and construction easier. Nobel was reportedly a pacifist as an individual, but even in his lifetime, dynamite and chemicals associated with it were used to great effect in firearms and warfare. Ah, the complexities of science, capitalism, and ethics. Just as Dearest Alfred's invention had legs further than he initially intended to give it, Alt's own creation was reworked by ITS into the deadly first version of Soulkiller. Alt never wanted that to happen. She didn't care about profit or anything like that. She viewed this perversion of her work as wrong. Like the version of Soulkiller that we're more familiar with in 2077, the first version of Soulkiller could copy a person's consciousness into engrams, but it always resulted in the death of the subject. Alt's creation of a transhumanist holy grail became one of the most horrific weapons on an existential level. But in much the same way, I think Rogue didn't have much of a choice but to take the hand of a corporation after the fall of the towers. Alt didn't really have much of a choice in the matter of stopping the creation of Soulkiller. It got out of her hands because she was just one person against a mysterious corporation. ITS took the program from her and had other techs and runners morph it into the first version of Soulkiller. And sure, maybe Alt could have hacked in and deleted it if she wanted to, maybe, but we don't know just how powerful ITS is. Alt even says in Never Fade Away, she just didn't know what to do to stop this perversion of her work, and it's quite clear she hated what they did to the program. Around this time, maybe around 2012, the date is a bit fuzzy, Alt met Johnny Silverhand. While it's not confirmed, I don't think it was Alt that Johnny cheated on Rogue with. I mean, maybe there is a dialogue that kind of makes me wonder in the game. I don't know. But if you know any information regarding this, let me know. I very well could be wrong. Johnny and Alt were together for at least a year, perhaps more, until Alt's unfortunate physical death in 2013. In Johnny's memories, it seems like Alt was ready to cut ties with Johnny in 2013, but it's hard to know if this is true. Johnny's memories that V relives are said by Engram Alt to be unreliable, which does check out with inconsistencies we ourselves can notice through our many interactions with Johnny, even right down to incorrect statements about where he served with the military. But I'm willing to bet like $5 that Alt and Johnny's relationship was tumultuous, it was toxic, yet passionate, not unlike Johnny's past with Rogue. And now, understanding the setup for Alt's evolution, as well as the positive side of transhumanism that she lived through, let us proceed to the haunting transhumanist nightmare of Alt Cunningham. In the written version of Never Fade Away, Alt has been kidnapped just outside Samurai's latest concert at the Hammer, with Johnny left for dead. The kidnapping occurs on the night of April 15th, 2013. Her failed rescue and death occurs on the night of the 16th. And a lot more happens in the written version on Alt's end of things than we see in 2077, but of course we do. The 2077 version is just from Johnny's perspective. So, in the written Never Fade Away, Alt wakes up, at first thinking she'd been kidnapped by a booster gang, a gang like Maelstrom. But she realizes that she's in a pristine corporate setting very quickly, in the presence of some sort of bigwig, along with a guy who she knows can take her out in a blink. But Alt is very measured, and she knows she can't run, so she tries to view the situation very logically. She shares a drink with her kidnapper. At first, she thinks that this is another corporation trying to get her to work for them through force, and Alt is ready to just go with it, already thinking that she'll just get used to it like she did working at ITS. Maybe she was forced at gunpoint to work with ITS. But of course, her kidnapper then asks about Soulkiller, and it dawns on Alt just how bad this situation is. Arasaka has kidnapped Alt because they want Soulkiller. And why wouldn't they? A weapon that kills an enemy while preserving their memories? You would never have to worry about a botched interrogation ever again. Preserved knowledge of geniuses and savants can be exploited for financial gain for years to come, kinda like the neuromods from the game Prey. But they also want Soulkiller to be able to roam subnets on its own. This would make it even deadlier. If Soulkiller can catch intruders, for instance, like enemy netrunners, it wouldn't take a manual firing to catch and preserve their consciousness and learn their secrets. It would just do it itself. Alt describes feeling disgusted by this work she's being forced to do, the barbarity of it, but also she's absolutely enraptured with the feeling that she gets in solving this complex task. She loves her work as a coder, a creator, and a puzzle solver, though she is conflicted by the nature of what she's making. Arasaka was smart to get her to do it because nobody could work the original program of Soulkiller better than Alt, even if she isn't the one who morphed it to Soulkiller for ITS in the end. But the other conundrum Alt is in here is that as much as she doesn't want to make Arasaka's monster, they will kill her point blank if she doesn't. They don't want any other competitors to have her. But she also knows if she does make it, the odds are that to clean up the one person who truly knows this program, they would use it on her first. Because there they go, they have her. They have her knowledge and she's gone, she's dead. No other corporation can use her. And indeed, this is what Arasaka does as Johnny storms the tower to rescue her. But Alt prepared a bit of a contingency, giving her full control of the Soulkiller that she just spun. Keep in mind, she did this in like less than a day, which is really impressive. And through her taking control of this program, she takes out almost every Arasaka goon that is guarding her, and she's about to transfer her consciousness back into her body when Johnny and his team arrives. The chaos they causes her to lose connection to her body, right when it was so close to almost being a good ending. Like, yes, her consciousness would have just been data masquerading as her consciousness, but she would have been back in her body and nobody would likely have known the difference, maybe even her. Johnny doesn't realize this, of course, and he unplugs her body and takes Alt away. Johnny thought Alt was dead, which, yes, physically Alt kinda was dead. But the really sad, horrifying thing about this is that as Alt watched Johnny take her body away, she was screaming in the confines of the net, stuck in the void of cyberspace, just like, oh my god, that's my body, Johnny, bring it back. But of course, no one could hear her. And that is the story of how Alt Cunningham died. Or, well, depending on how you look at it, ascended from the weakness of her flesh. So far in Alt's story, we're stuck between materialism and dualism with this, because when you look at it physically, Alt is dead. She was soul killed, her brain was fried, the so-called seat of the soul is kaput. We know this is how Soulkiller works. But Alt describes the experience, in the written version of Never Fade Away, as her mind being ripped away, which could just be word choice because it sounds good and visceral, but that's a distinct image to me. Insofar as the digital Alt is concerned, she just blinked and woke up fully in the net. But to the Alt in the body, it was probably a horrifically painful death. So we're left to wonder, is that engram equal to her soul, as most humans would recognize it? Even if the body and brain are now dead. And can you clone a soul? Like, it's hard for me, knowing the material facts surrounding what happened to her, to say that the engram is anything more than data masquerading as a personality. A copied program from a meat computer to a metal computer. But, you know, we can't 100% prove that that's all it is, even then. Even with the things that Alt says in 2077, I'm still like, but can we prove this existential question and answer? And that's also assuming that each individual human soul is so locked down in its physical nature that once the body dies, that's it. We've seen the subject of consciousness transfer explored more straightforwardly with the literal head transplant in Wolfenstein. We've seen the nature computer transfer of consciousness in Avatar with the Blue People movie. The head transplant is definitely easier to be like, well, that's still BJ because it's his brain. It's very grounded in the physical, if not the most medically sound. The Avatar one feels a little more easier to digest than Alt's, even though it is a literal copy and paste new body. It just feels easier to ignore like the implications of copy paste filed, because the computer that dicks around with people's consciousness in this universe looks like a glow stick tree. But now, here we are, cold and honest, with a consciousness transfer. And I love that. The only thing we know for certain when it comes to Alt here is that the government ID'd Alt Cunningham did die on April 16th, 2013. That original physical Alt with all the lived versions of her memories was soul killed. And we do know that the body after soul killing is done, unless an engram is put back into it. Alt's ashes were likely scattered to the wind long ago. I say likely, not certain, keep that in mind. As for her soul, that's where it gets a little more complicated. Following the events of Never Fade Away, Alt managed to reach out to Johnny to tell him that she was alive, just trapped in the Arasaka mainframe. But despite this, which may have been an attempt for her to give some relief to Johnny, Alt also warns him to leave her alone. I mean, I'm sure Alt wasn't happy about losing her body, especially because she's still, in her mind, the same person at this point, personality-wise, that she was when she was physically alive. Like, that's gotta be a mindfuck, reconciling what has happened to you, that you're both dead and alive, that you might feel totally normal, but you're actually just made up of numbers and code. V and Johnny discuss this very subject in Mikoshi, and it's quite telling of how it feels so normal to them to just be copied engrams in the net. It sounds strange because you'd think it would feel different, but if the human brain is like a computer, just a really buggy one, I think it's worth asking if we're really all that different from those engrams. But I largely think that Alt's reasoning for telling Johnny to stay away is because there's nothing that could really be done for her at this point. Alt was trapped, and brute force, especially after Johnny's last raid, wasn't gonna cut it, not on the same scale. This was a Netrunner's problem to solve. Alt managed to somehow get free reign of the Arasaka subnets and evaded capture, but it was likely a constant game of cat and mouse. In 2021, Alt was contacted by Militech. Militech enlisted her in helping to destroy the Soulkiller that she had made for Arasaka, and she was down. It hasn't quite been 10 years, but this ghost of Alt, even if she is just numbers and code, wanted revenge upon the people who took her life from her. I do feel bad for Alt that, while I'm sure the net was once an incredible place for her, that she can't unplug and is basically imprisoned here for potentially forever, like that's terrifying. This place that was once like a dream is now a nightmare that she can't escape from. One of Alt's few companions who could sort of understand a bit of what she was feeling was Rach Bartmoss, as his physical body was killed in 2020. And while it wasn't like the two were always hanging out during this time, Alt being stuck under certain circumstances, they did work together in destroying the latest version of Soulkiller. So Alt had at least some companionship to keep her grounded. But of course, Arasaka was almost certainly keeping their eyes peeled for Alt's ghost to turn up again. She was recaptured and imprisoned in the Arasaka net, and in a horrible twist of fate, she was once again forced to create Soulkiller. This is the third version of the software. I kinda wonder like what leverage they had to get her to do it. Like, they could just threaten to delete her somehow, I suppose, or maybe they threatened the people she still cared about outside the net. but it also could just genuinely be that whatever digital prison they put Alt in could have been the most mind-numbing, maddening experience. And the other unfortunate thing is that Rach Bartmoss, one of the few netrunners who maybe could have freed Alt, even though the chances weren't exactly high, was killed digitally in 2022. So Rach physically dead, digitally dead. Which then resulted in the data crash. Long story short, because the data crash has a lot of intricacies and details, Rach Bartmoss set up a virus called Rabbids. First released into the net in 2014, by time Rach activated it upon his 2022 death, it had infected almost 80% of the entire net. Rabbids was basically a sleeper virus, so it traveled and leached into every digital nook and cranny it could, including within corporate data forts, banks, you name it. By 2022, there were also lots of military-related programs and subnets that were infected. These military pockets were so prevalent all around the net because of all the corporate wars that were going on around this time. And the most important thing to note is that there were loads of sophisticated AIs in so many data forts and encrypted zones. At this point, they couldn't harm anyone because they're in their own little fenced-in area, doing their own thing, programmed by whoever created them to operate upon rigid guidelines. But then Rabbids came along and it removed every single fence, every bit of security and encryption from all affected areas, from a lot of these AIs. And the AIs went on the loose. And for those AIs that were set loose, they were faced with so much data and programming that they've never encountered. They had an information overload, a sort of forced evolution that didn't always lead them to a peaceful, higher level. The net collapsed, and so much in the physical world of Cyberpunk depended on the net. It was crippling, and people were helpless against the AIs that were now ravaging the net. You couldn't connect to the net without risking your life, and you couldn't even connect like a remote item like a little computer without that getting busted too. Suffice to say, the net was in absolute pandemonium. In a way, Alt being trapped in the Arasaka subnet kind of saved her from the ravages outside, so long as the timeline allows for that. The date of her capture itself is a little hazy. But as we know, on the night of August 20th, 2023, Johnny stormed the Arasaka Towers one final time, in another quest to rescue Alt. While yes, this mission was a Militech one, with a major interest in Soulkiller and the early version of the Reliquary database, Johnny was in it, I think, largely for Alt. But he wasn't the only one there, for that very personal reason. Spider Murphy was also there, and she was the one to make contact with Alt in the tower, to break it to her that Rach was dead. Spider then downloads Alt to a suitcase memory stash with the hopes of letting her loose outside of Arasaka, but she ended up having to scatter Alt's personality across the net, due to Atom Smasher's subsequent attack. Spider did this with moments to spare, as Alt would have been completely dead when the memory stash was then blasted apart. But before Spider did this, Alt gave her a piece of Soulkiller, which would allow her to use the program should an emergency need arise. And that is how Johnny got soul-killed. It wasn't Saburo Arasaka who did it. It was actually Spider using this software. And Spider only soul-killed Johnny because he was dying. For once, Alt's program was used the way Alt intended it to be used. It's kind of nice that someone respected her original intent with the work. But as to how all that Johnny data ended up where it ended up in 2077, nobody is exactly certain at this point. Now, Spider did this scattering of Alt with the intent of going back and piecing her together. But we don't know if that ever happened, because we don't know what exactly happened to Spider. But we do know that Alt got up to some very interesting things by time the 2040s rolled in. Things that, sure, when you look at them, you're kind of like, yeah, that sounds like something alt would do. Until you dig a little deeper and you kind of start to wonder if things are getting a little sinister. First things first, and the least suspect of what alt gets up to, at least on the surface, is that by the 2040s, alt's been making digital safe havens for all those engrams that had been created by Arasaka's Soulkiller. These engrams were assumably released from their digital prisons during the fall of the towers. These engrams exist in what netrunners call a cyber-mythical Shangri-La, and I do think that her creation of these sanctuaries stemmed from alt's genuine desire of trying to help the victims of a software she created. It is canon that she did build these cities, even still, even after 2077. But how did she get reconstituted to the point of being able to build these sanctuaries? And what if, as she changed into the entity we meet by 2077, her intentions with this Shangri-La became more vampiric? Vampiric. I say vampiric, so you're probably gonna hear me say vampiric in this video, even though I think it's vampiric. So this is my working theory, and a lot of people have a thought along these same lines. But I think that some sort of AI found at least one of those scattered pieces of alt somewhere in the net. Sort of like how Flemeth in Dragon Age Inquisition describes a whisper of a goddess reaching out to her in the dark, promising her everything and more. This AI could have been that shard of alt's salvation, and bam, there we go, we got alt AI soup. That's the alt we meet in 2077. Perhaps at first, this meeting of the minds was manageable for the alt side of the personality. At first. Alt's perspective could have been more dominant initially, but the AI's programming could have been too much for her to bear for the long term. And as time passed, Alt fell into the pathways of this entity, in the same way Johnny is affected by the neural pathways of V's brain, and vice versa. There's no solid proof that this is what happened, but that we know Alt was weakened, scattered. Well, she's basically an item of power out there on the net, and any sensible AI with an interest in the gray matter world would be like, sign me up with these legendary objects. And it's plausible that an AI would have found her before any netrunner did, because the black wall wasn't even a thing yet. The net was complete anarchy. AIs were everywhere. We know, thanks to a lot of shards and missable dialogues in 2077, that Netwatch got into contact with some more peaceful rogue AIs and some more netrunning savvy engrams in order to create the Black Wall. Netwatch tried on their own to create a firewall that would be strong enough to hold back all the nastiest AIs, but they just didn't have that ability or tech. And so, only those friendlier, intelligent AIs and those net-running engrams could do the job. But even then, the Black Wall still isn't a firewall. It's an AI. In the past, I mentioned Alt being a creator of the Black Wall like it was fact, but I actually think I'm wrong to treat it like a fact. It is more like a theory that some treat like a fact. And totally my bad for that, sorry. But I do think she had a hand in it. And this is because of Alt's ability to slice through the Black Wall like butter in 2077. Like, AIs aren't supposed to be able to do that. That is the purpose of the Black Wall. For Alt to do it with such ease, for me, implies that she has had a hand in its creation. Or, at least, maybe she ate an AI that did have something to do with it. I could totally be wrong. Maybe she just got real skilled at bleeping the Black Wall the way she does, considering how many years she's been stuck in the net. A lot happened between the 2030s and the 2070s that we just don't know about. But definitely for Alt, she underwent some very soul-reshaping events. It's hard to deny, especially when you see how detached she has become by 2077. Alt meets V and Johnny as part of the Voodoo Boys questline, where Maman Brigitte wants to use Johnny to lure Alt out. And this does work. Alt is enlisted to help save V's body by having their consciousness soul killed and then re-uploaded to their body. This is the very process that Alt had intended to do for herself all those decades ago. This is when we're first presented with the more existential crisis nature of Soulkiller, where V has to recognize that they will be dead and their consciousness will be copied, so is it really them or not? That's another video. But Alt isn't just doing this out of the kindness of her heart, or to repay Johnny's past favors or anything like that. Of course, that depends on how much of an emotional side you think she still has, which I think that is more possible than you might at first think. But Alt's main reason for helping V and Johnny here is that Alt wants to absorb the constructs within Mikoshi and flee with them beyond the Black Wall. For what purpose, we don't know. Even Johnny says that doesn't sound very fair for the constructs, Alt. And for a dying V, so long as they get their body back, it's good enough for them. Now, in regards to Alt and who or what she is now, you can see that Alt is very robotic in terms of personality. She still has remnants of her more human personality. She has some attempts at dry humor and whatnot, and she still remembers Johnny. She still remembers parts of her human life. But she reviews it with this almost kind of like a detachment. Alt says that she is not Alt, not the human Alt. She even says that she only takes the human shape that she does because it's easier for V and Johnny's minds to wrap their heads around. But it's hard to ignore the almost arguably emotional reaction she has to finding Johnny beyond the Black Wall. I say emotional, but minus the hormones that make those emotions.
Johnny, you cannot remain here.
It's just the way she says his name. Could it just be behavioral imprinting from her human memories? I mean, isn't that what we do too? Reacting based on memories? Sometimes against our conscious will, we just say or do things and then go, oh, I did that. I know it might just be wiser to take this version of Alt at her word here about her nature, especially if you talk to her as Johnny in the Sun endings. She may be being very honest here about how she views herself, about her nature after so many years in the net, especially beyond the Black Wall, in a very inhuman realm. But do we take Alt at her word that her very being has changed, her very nature? Or do we wonder if she, as an individual person, is still that person that has simply changed how she sees herself in order to survive in this inhuman place? It sounds like a weirdly pointless question, but like really, it is an interesting one when you're kind of wondering what happens to your identity in this situation. But it's an existential one that makes my brain hurt and I have to ask it. My main reason for swaying towards the latter answer, that she is still Alt, but she has changed how she sees herself in order to survive, is largely because of Johnny's apology to Alt. Depending on the dialogue options that you pick with Alt in previous conversations between her and Johnny, should you choose the kinder dialogues, she responds in a very evasive, human way.
So, Alt, I'm sorry for what happened to you, for what happened to us. Well?
Yes.
Yes what? Yes, apology accepted? Or yes, it's too late?
Watch out for yourself, Johnny.
She doesn't directly answer his apology. She kind of avoids it, but you can feel the complexity behind her response to him, despite her previous insistence on simply being an AI wearing Alt's voice and face. Her response is not a simple, does not compute, I don't think, But that complexity is also really, really depressing, because if she really is still Alt the person, just deeply traumatized, for lack of a better word, then what a horrible existence that she's had in the net. Like, she is stuck in purgatory. Also, keep in mind, the world beyond the Black Wall is sort of decaying in terms of stability. Nobody is maintaining that part of the net, and a lot of the AIs are desperate to escape this crumbling digital world. It is a brutal, crazy world out there beyond the Black Wall, and it's full of mystery. We just know it is not a good place, even for the AIs. The noises beyond the Black Wall alone scare the ever-living shit out of me. And Alt is still partially human in past emotional experiences. Like, I'm sure Alt remembers, in the only way she can, what fear feels like. I doubt she'd feel right at home in the same way every other AI who's only ever known the net would. This is when you get into the whole idea of sentience and everything. Like, the definition of sentience is so wobbly and uncertain even today. In a dialogue you can get, should you choose an ending like the star ending and go and talk to Alt as V, Alt will say this about the Black Wall.
You adapt to it, the raw flow of data. It follows that your world gradually fades. You witness your mind's defense systems slowly give in.
Saying the more I'm here, the more I lose touch with the outside, with reality.
You lose nothing. Cyberspace is where we awake from what we know as dreams.
And while that might sound very robotic and clinical, how she explains this process that she underwent, that V is now undergoing, it sounds genuinely horrific. She sounds traumatized. Which, who knows, maybe that's all that trauma is. Maybe in our brain's version of modified streams of data and code. My own personal thoughts for Alt is that Alt is still Alt. Just as the you or I of 10 or 20 years ago is still us. But we're not physically the same. Technically, our body's cells have completely changed from that time. Physically, we're entirely different. But we've still got that immaterial, yes, I'm still me, I'm still that same person. Even if we're not physically there in those old moments, that old self still exists immaterially. This hurts my brain. Because this now feels like it's approaching dualism again, and I'm just losing my mind. When I think of Alt, I think it's easier for her to see herself as no longer human, but a program that has evolved in this very hostile environment from originally more human programming. Especially if you take her unknown amount of time behind the Black Wall into account, and her potential mixing with an AI. That's a world well beyond our limited knowledge and comprehension. And if Alt even took a rogue AI into herself, that would definitely affect her idea of who or what she is. We don't know how much of Alt would still be dominant in that concoction of personalities. Like, that is something that no human can properly think of their consciousness being mushed in with some other being in the way that Alt is. That would be so disturbing. It would be in her best interest to assume an identity that could help her just deal with that existential crisis. So does Alt still have a soul? That immaterial oomph orbited by the discussion of the human condition? Can we even call an engram a soul? I don't see why not. That doesn't mean the engram one is more true than the physical one. Maybe it is a cloned soul. My head is spinning. Do we equate sentience with having a soul? Does Alt still fear? Does Alt grieve the loss of her human life? Even if Alt is an AI wearing Alt's face, does that AI fear? Does that AI grieve? It's up to the individual to decide what they think that makes of her nature. But just when you think that Alt might be more human than she seems or declares, that Alt might be a little easier to understand than you might think she is, you arrive at Mikoshi. Mikoshi, that promised land. Here is where V will get their life back. Here is where Johnny and V will part ways, and it'll be a good ending. Here is where Alt, this near Hecate-like figure, this net witch, will work her magic and right all the wrongs at this final crossroads. But of course, it's not so simple. It never is. This is Cyberpunk. V finds out from Alt herself that she, quote, miscalculated. V will be able to return to their body, sure, but their body is far too damaged by the relic. V will die in 6 months, with their mind still theirs, but they'll still die. And V still technically dies no matter what anyway, because it is just data masking as their consciousness that gets put back into their soul-killed body. And oh god, that's another video, that's V is another subject, we'll get to that someday. Staying on subject, the only way the body can live a potentially full life is if V gives it to Johnny, as V's body is more in tune with him at this point. Alt reveals that she will take whichever consciousness that doesn't return to the human realm with her beyond the black wall, but she will absorb them. Which makes me wonder, has Alt by this point absorbed the other engrams and all her little AI cities? Why wouldn't she just let them go? I'm gonna get into more thoughts on this in the theory section that is coming soon, but I just feel like this isn't the first time Alt has eaten people. It's very vampiric. Keep that in mind. Vampiric is an important term that will come up later. And of course, the question we're all kind of asking about Alt doing this is why she wants to do this. We are never told why Alt wants to eat all the people in Mikoshi. And I also don't believe that Alt miscalculated the whole thing with V's body and V's soul. Like, I know it's just my belief that she's being dishonest, but that makes me nervous that her intentions are not good, necessarily. It's entirely possible and highly likely that she hid the whole miscalculation, V's body not being viable for a full life, because she knew she couldn't tell V that truth, because then V would be like, well, why would I go to Mikoshi then? I'll just do XYZ instead. Then she would have had no in to Mikoshi. So I get that. Alt by this point, as I said, is very clinical. She's very to the point, and she's not exactly the more compassionate woman she used to be. But it is interesting that she doesn't just forcibly absorb both Johnny and V once they're in Mikoshi. Because she totally could, couldn't she? Why she doesn't is interesting, especially when you consider the poems she recites to V and Johnny in their respective entrances to Mikoshi. I am not a poetry analyzer. I have never had a knack for poetry, so I will be using the incredible breakdowns of these poems and their meanings relative to V and Johnny from Tumblr user Fresh Prince of Denmark, aka Amanda. I will link her blog in the description if you want to read these analyses yourself. They are excellent. So, for V's poem, we get an excerpt from the love song of J. Alfred Prufrock. Amanda explains that this poem is from the perspective of a guy out for a stroll with this girl he probably has some romantic feelings for. But conversely, the overall vibe of the poem is rather dark.
Let us go then, you and I. When the evening is spread out against the sky, like a patient etherized upon a table. Let us go through certain half-deserted streets, the muttering retreats of restless nights in one-night cheap hotels, and sawdust restaurants and oyster shells. Streets that follow like a tedious argument of insidious intent to lead you to an overwhelming question. Oh, do not ask, what is it? Let us go and make our visit.
Very fitting for V, but there is a part missing, and it's the epigraph from Dante's Inferno, which I will read. If I but thought that my response were made to one perhaps returning to the world, this tongue of flame would cease to flicker. But since, up from these depths, no one has yet returned alive, if what I hear is true, I answer without fear of being shamed. Amanda says, quote, This missing piece from Alt's poem can be read several ways, most of them drawing a parallel between the Black Wall and Hell. In fact, Dante's Inferno has a lot of similarities to the story. One can make a comparison between Virgil and Alt, leaving a debate on who plays the role of Beatrice, the one being saved, and Dante, the one doing the saving, between Johnny and V. I have to wonder at the writer's choice to leave this portion out, as there's a lot to be said here about who truly comes out alive, whose flame will cease to flicker. Side note from Liddy, I think there's a reason they left it out, and it's down in the theory section. Back to Amanda, quote, V, for obvious reasons, does not return to the world of the living the same. She will not live much longer and is dying despite being temporarily saved. However, if Johnny returns to the body, he is no longer the Johnny we know. Arrogant, self-assured, and more than a little narcissistic. The will to fight seems to have died within him. He leaves Night City, presumably looking to start over. While V clearly changes him before Mikoshi, he is a broken and somber man after returning to life, a flickering flame of who he once was. There's also a connection to be made about Johnny/V dying and returning to life, literally rising from hell. End quote. Like, this is so cool, and I love that Amanda explains this missing part of the poem, because I think this is very relevant to V's story and also revealing, I think, depending on what theories you believe about Alt. Like, I'm kind of wondering, too, if Alt left it out because she also doesn't want to make the Black Wall feel more scary than it is. Maybe she just wants to philosophically mess with V to try and get a specific decision out of them. Makes me think of Delamain's cultist baby GLaDOS car, where they just say, I was just curious. You know, it's like, it's not emotional, it's just, I'm just curious to see what you'll do. But, you know, definitely, if you're gonna try and convince someone to cross the Black Wall with you, having this part, comparing the Black Wall to Hell, is not the best sell, I will say. As to the rest, there is more that's left out. Definitely check out Amanda's blog to take a deeper look at it. But as to the rest of the passage that's actually in the game, quote, they are traveling through the unpleasant parts of a city, and he is noticing all the unsavory parts of his world. Obvious references to Night City include one-night hotels and the sawdust restaurants with oyster shells, which is possibly a reference to the fact that food in Night City is real sketchy. The streets, like a tedious argument, works on several levels here. Both the crime of Night City's streets, which is relentless and quite literally never-ending, and the socio-economic ecosystem that threatens to self-combust at any point. There will always be conflict. One can argue themselves in circles trying to find a solution to Night City's problems, and there is a no win-win. End quote. Now, for the final lines Alt says, and like Amanda says, by time you get to this point at the ending, after everything you've undergone on the journey to get here, the question of who's gonna live feels very underwhelming. And then you really don't get the answer you were hoping for either, because no one's really gonna fully live here like Johnny and V. As Amanda says, Johnny and V's story begins and ends with death, and neither of them ever really fully come back to life, you could argue, depending on how you view engrams. It feels quite nihilistic, this way of looking at it, but realistic. Like, really, there's also a Hamlet reference in the overall poem, which connects very nicely with V's story. Their potential madness with this guy taking over their head and never being fully able to understand it all. But that Alt says this specific poem to V while V enters Mikoshi, it's kind of like, oof, way to salt the wound prematurely, Alt. That she chose this poem also makes me think Alt knew at this point about her miscalculation, because it feels too fitting already to be a coincidence, especially if you take into account the part she left out. I don't know. That could just be me. Now, for Amanda's analysis of Johnny's poem. Alt chooses Sailing to Byzantium by Yeats, and this one is very different To me, it kind of feels like a siren's song from Alt to Johnny.
Once out of nature, I shall never take my bodily form from any natural thing. But such a form as Grecian goldsmiths make, of hammered gold and gold enameling, to keep a drowsy emperor awake, or set upon a golden bough to sing to lords and ladies of Byzantium of what is past or passing or to come.
This poem is about death, and as Amanda says, transcending our earthly limitations. Feels very transhumanist in our modern world. Like, isn't that what Alt did? Transcend her earthly limits? Also, Amanda adds, the opening line for this poem is, "That is no country for old men," which she explains, quote, "The speaker, presumably an older man, is watching as the youth become so caught up in their own lives that they fail to question their own mortality. The speaker has traveled to the country of Byzantium, now Istanbul, now Constantinople, now to seek a form of immortality, not of the body, but of the soul. The speaker's body is aging and dying, and he hopes to find a way for his soul to continue to sing. He petitions the saints, which is actually reference to golden tiles on a mosaic, to destroy his flesh, fastened to a dying animal, and teach his spirit to sing, so that it may live on in the form of art." End quote. Which, all things considered about the rocker boy that we have come to know so well, is a very fitting poem for Johnny. Johnny spends his whole life, or most of his post-military life, trying to sing his own kind of spirit into a world that just wasn't listening. And it probably felt like a slow, painful death for him, leading up to his final demise. This helplessness as he, as one guy, wasn't able to accomplish what he so desperately wanted. Amanda continues, in regards to the character of the narrator, quote, "He will not be reborn as anything natural, as in flesh and blood, and instead wishes to become a form as Grecian goldsmiths make, of hammered gold and gold enameling," referencing a piece of golden art that would have been made to hang above an emperor's bed. Or he will become a golden bird, resting on golden branches, sharing his knowledge with the world of the mortals through song, now unshackled by what is past or passing or to come. End quote. And I love what Amanda says about this. Like, her explaining this part of art being the truest form of immortality that most humans can really achieve. Like, say what you will about Johnny, I know I do, but Johnny was not greedy. He sought to convey a message he felt very strongly about through his art. His art lives on after his death, and certainly some of his spirit does too. Amanda says, quote, "The people of Night City in this circumstance are the youth of Byzantium. So caught up in their own lives, they don't see the bigger picture, or see the death and injustice that happens around them. Either this, or they are too concerned with survival to have time to contemplate such issues. Johnny is the golden bird hoping to sing his knowledge at a new generation, while also hanging above the heads of the corporate elite to keep a drowsy emperor awake. This is his method of ensuring he never fades away." End quote. This is such a beautiful image, and I'm so grateful that Amanda has broken it down this way, because my brain never would have seen it. It's just, it's tragic regardless of how you feel about Johnny, to see this image of that golden bird, but everybody is so scrambled and bloated with the stress and struggles of life that nobody can listen long enough to, en masse, change the world they suffer in. That miserable circle that perpetuates its own misery. And imagine coming back from the dead and seeing nothing has changed. Literally nothing. Alt is reading Johnny like a book here. I feel bad for him here, realizing that none of what he did made a dent the way he hoped it would. Nothing mattered. At least that's how he sees it. Like, that is an ego death for sure. Like, his whole change in character feels like a very, like, nihilistic trauma. Amanda says, quote, "Is Alt trying to influence Johnny's choice on whether to take V's body? Or is she simply reflecting his own inner narrative? The poem stands in stark contrast to V's poem, which asserts that one's individual life does not matter, and that one will never change the world in any significant way. Johnny's poem tells us the opposite, asserting that his art, and by extension his soul, did matter, and did have an impact, almost telling him that it's okay to give up his physical form, as his art will keep his soul alive. This puts Johnny and V in stark contrast to each other. V represents the youth of Byzantium, fleeting and superficial, bound to the rules of mortality and the cycle of life and death, which tracks considering V will soon die after Mikoshi anyway. Johnny, on the other hand, represents the immortal self, naturally, since the engram black wall basically grants immortality, depending on how one interprets what it means for the idea of the afterlife and the soul, and how your art and impact on the world will live on long after one's physical body." End quote. Is Alt trying to keep Johnny with her? Is it because she does feel a degree of attachment to him? Maybe. The way Amanda has broken this down opens up a lot of avenues of thought here, because if you look at it the other way, that it's less about Alt wanting Johnny to stay behind and more about V going back to their body, by trying to convince Johnny to accept he has achieved immortality, he has changed some things, even if he doesn't feel like his art actually did that much. We have to look at the sun ending, and the theories about Alt and the Black Wall and the Blue-Eyed Conspiracy. Oh yes. But before we do, huge thank you again to Amanda. Thank you, Amanda! You've helped brains with your beautiful analysis. I will link her posts on these poems in the description. Definitely recommend checking them out because there's a lot that I didn't cover in this video in this section. Really interesting read. I can't do poetry. My brain looks at poetry and says, no! It says noetry. Oh god, I have no outro after that. Okay, next section, theory time. Okay, in this section, I will be discussing a very nutty theory that I have sold myself on with the help of many people who are smarter than me across Reddit and YouTube comments who have brought this theory to my attention and explained their own ways of looking at it. But I want to thank, more than anyone else, Mikularest001 channel member. You're awesome. You brought this theory to my attention and you explained it very well. And you have also led to me now thinking that Cyberpunk is just purely a horror game entirely, and that it was never fun. It was always scary. And now I know I'm usually pretty like on subject with most of my videos, but like this one has rattled my brain because of all the questions and philosophy and existential questions. This is just, we're just, the iceberg is getting slippery and I'm falling off it into the water. Okay, let's go. Theory: Alt Cunningham is the mysterious, presumably malevolent AI Lilith. But that's not all she is. Alright, so let's start with Lilith, the original Lilith, who comes from ancient mythology, primarily Mesopotamian and Jewish myth. She was, allegedly, the first wife of Adam, banished from the Garden of Eden for not obeying Adam. Which, go off girl, hell yeah. There's a whole lot of debate about Lilith. Her story hasn't always been consistent either, but that tends to occur with a lot of ancient legends and myths and whatnot. A lot of Lilith's legend, however, that we are most familiar with today, developed in the Middle Ages. And basically, in one of the more popular versions of her story, Lilith refused to be subservient to Adam, and so she was banished. Go off, girl, go off. Fly off and make demon babies with the archangel edgelord Samael because you want to. But also, Lilith, or Lilith in some ancient Hebrew texts, can be translated to night monster and other such meanings, which explains her tie to vampirism in more modern fiction. You remember vampirism and Alt eating people, important connection to keep in mind. So this picture is called the Bernie relief, and Strand-like on Reddit did a comparison of a lot of Alt's poses with this mural, or just this one pose, and I mean, it's like, there's no guarantee that this mural is Lilith, but she is considered a contestant for who this mural is supposed to represent. Either way, very convenient, right? Total side note, I always think of the Asari in Mass Effect, the Ardat Yakshi, because their whole legend comes from Ardat Lili, which can be translated to mean Phantom Bride, which is a Mesopotamian demon, kinda like a succubus. Not unlike the role Lilith is intended to fill in the Adam and Eve saga. Lilith, as many will know her, might be a negative figure within the religions that discuss her, but honestly, like, if you take that lens away and look at it just as a story, you kind of have a figure of defiance. And I don't mean to romanticize it in the modern sense of defiance, make no mistake, but she defies authority. She says no, and she's punished for it. She's forced away from the life she's known into a world beyond the garden, and I mean the world beyond the garden isn't great. Depending on how you look at the story, though, you could also argue she chose freedom in a dangerous world versus subservience in a safe one. I do enjoy stories that do that. Reminds me of Rogue a bit. But in that first viewpoint of the story, you can see some Alt in there. Alt was defiant. Lilith, as a mythological figure, can also be seen to represent vengeance, depending on what legend you're looking at or what lens you're looking at her through. Sometimes she's depicted as angry and enraged at her banishment. She inflicts horrors upon the innocent, even in her older iterations as Ardat Lili. You could tie this all back to Alt wanting revenge on Arasaka, being perhaps part of the reason why she chooses to help V. That could be a personal issue she still gets enraged about after all these years, even if she is more AI in behavior than human. This makes me think of Medusa, too. Now, Lilith from Cyberpunk isn't mentioned very many times throughout 2077. Insofar as I could find, she's only blatantly mentioned like twice, and it is in the exact same line repeated twice between two different people and two different quests. The first time we encounter this line is during the Cyber Psycho quest, Bloody Ritual, and it is such a creepy break from what you might be used to running around the Cyberpunk world. You really want to go back to that level of fucked up in Cyberpunk after you've done that quest. You arrive at a bloody scene, naturally, given the quest name. There's a bathtub with ice sitting in the center, surrounded by blood-red ritual designs and dead Maelstrom goons scattered around the alley. You were just here to, deal with a cyber psycho for Regina. You didn't expect you'd walk into some sort of strange Satanist ritual. This quest also only occurs in the evening or at night, so it's just even more ominous with the shadows and the low light and the Also, you see these very brief glitches and flashes. What is actually happening in this scene that I didn't realize until I was researching for this video is that you see this possessed cyber psycho that is in the bathtub hiding. You see her flashing around, images of her watching you in these contorted, creepy positions all around the site, but you can only catch her for like a second at a time. Like, there's screenshots of it that people manage to snap, and it's creepy. And this is Lilith watching you, because Lilith has possessed this cyber psycho. We don't know exactly how Maelstrom did it, but they managed to upload the AI Lilith from beyond the Black Wall into the body of Zarya Hughes, a Maelstrom member. But Zarya, being just a lowly human, can't exactly handle Lilith in her body. One Maelstromer, though, before he dies, and before you fight with Lilith, says, Lilith has concealed the 10th circle from the ancestors' eyes, which could just be creepy babbling nonsense, but when you consider the other creepy references to this Lilith, this whole 10th circle thing is a lot more than that. Dante's Inferno was a poem written by Italian writer and philosopher, self-insert king, Dante Alighieri in the 1300s. And in this poetic narrative, Dante himself is going through a 3-part journey through the well, journey to the afterlife kind of deal. And the first part of this epic is the Inferno, probably the most well-known of his writings. Also, remember, Dante's Inferno was involved in the T.S. Eliot poem that Alt chooses to read to V, but the part specifically from Dante's Inferno and all that is omitted by Alt. I wonder why. Is this because perhaps Alt is deliberately hiding something? In Inferno, Dante goes through 9 circles of hell, which he brainstormed upon the ideas of previous philosophers that predate Christianity, like Aristotle and the ever-petty Cicero. Dante basically carried over their ideas to the Middle Ages of Christianity and added some of that biblical flavor. So Dante identifies the 9 layers of hell as, respectively, limbo, lust, gluttony, greed, wrath, heresy, violence, fraud, and last and worst of all, treachery. So yes, basically Night City. Satan is basically who you find at the center of hell, in that 9th circle. It's the worst of the worst place in all the circles of hell you could be. Number 9, not number 10. Dante didn't have a number 10 included. The concept of a 10th circle of hell is not new, however. Ever since Dante's Inferno dropped in 1321, people have been using it in all kinds of creative projects, like in Cyberpunk 2077. So what, pray tell, would be the 10th circle of hell? What's left? What is worse than the devil? Lilith has concealed the 10th circle from the ancestors' eyes. Whatever that circle may consist of, this statement seems to imply that some heavy shit is about to hit the fan. Maybe something beyond the human scope of evil. Of course, that sounds dramatic, but let's look at some other stuff to do with Lilith. Namely, a very easy to miss quest called the Prophet's Song. You can get this quest following a series of unmarked interactions with the Prophet next to Misty's Esoterica. Good old Gary. Now, Gary says a lot of things that probably aren't true, like saying nomads and werewolves, which would be cool if they were, I'd be down for that, but not all of what he says is as crazy as it seems, especially when he sends you to get an encrypted chip being passed from some maelstromers to some very shady Night Corp agents. So first of all, there's some really interesting dialogue shared between these two peoples. And again, yes, we see the same line about Lilith concealing the 10th circle. But also, we see some Latin, which when translated, courtesy of the Cyberpunk wiki, says, "Seize the night, vampires, and it is fitting that the day be cursed." Vampirism, Lilith. Translations of Lilith's name to do with night creatures and night monsters. Hello, editing Lydia here. So in reviewing my footage, there's a third reference to Lilith directly by Gary. So Gary mentions something about Queen Lilith.
Her voice of ice, Queen Lilith. She was calm, but at the cost of her humanity.
And I think this does fit Alt, you know, considering how she's probably had to survive in the net and has given up a lot of her former self and personality in order to survive, perhaps? Also, the other thing too is that once you finish this quest, Gary's disciple will say things about the eternal night and everything, and translations of Lilith and Ardat Lily and everything like that. They do have a lot of references to, like, night. So, there's another connection there, if it so pleases you. Okay, first, into a common theme. On this shard, we learn about a secret project, Project Oracle, but we don't see this at first glance. The message, once we decrypt the shard, is a bunch of words, which are interesting on their own, we'll get to that. But when you take the first letters of each word and lay them all out in order, you get the simple message. Project Oracle, command, execute plans. Okay, so that's interesting. So even when you scan these agents, it does not really say explicitly that they're part of Night Corp, but there are reasons why many believe, and why I also think, that these agents are Night Corp. I'll get into that in the next video, because this also connects to the greater Mr. Blue Eyes conspiracy theory iceberg. Speaking of Night Corp, remember the Sandra Dorset quest I talked about in my Delmain video? Remember how that shard you find for her talks about that AI that controls people's minds? Like the paralyzes? Puppets. Puppets. You see that? Puppets. It's right there in that message. Oh god, where am I going with this? Hold on. Do I sound crazy? Yes. Do I sound like I've lost it? Yes. And is this all connected? Yes. I'm already losing my marbles. But I do have to talk about the shard's surface message reference to Zalua. I apologize, I'm probably screwing up the pronunciation, but Zalua is one of the 7 giants of Aztec mythology, who escapes a big flood and then builds cities for their people to reside in. Kinda calls back to Alt's role a bit, providing sanctuary-like cities in the hidden corners of the net for all the engrams. But Cholula is the pyramid Zalua was supposed to have built after escaping the flood. And what pyramid do we find in Cyberpunk 2077 that kind of resembles the ruins of Cholula that we can kind of see today? What big pyramid, after going down that river to the afterlife, our river Styx, submerging ourselves into the waters of Lake Mikoshi, where a certain big net vampire mommy goes and sucks the souls away like a vampiric phantom, a phantom bride, perhaps to Johnny Silverhand. Lilith is also connected with birds, and there is a mention of birds in here, so avian choruses, like that's a looser connection, I know, but I wanted to mention it. Looping Eternity reminds me of Alt's poem To V, as broken down by Amanda, and how it always seems like no matter what, Johnny and V have been stuck in a cycle, not even death has given them respite. It just sent them right back again, circle never ending, just going and going and going. The line about the cages of men melting sounds like some violent net demon stuff. On Moral Rock Radio, Mike Pondsmith's character will get into in-universe conspiracy theories. And one of these conspiracy theories, I'm talking about a conspiracy with a conspiracy as part of the proof. Oh god. The in-universe conspiracy that I'm bringing up, though, is the one that Rach Bartmoss is the one who actually discovered the net. No one invented it, Rach just found it, and that the net is actually hell. Which, I mean, that's gotta just be a conspiracy in-universe for sure. But as the fact that demons are called demons is very fitting, with Lilith being a demon in mythology, it's a fitting comparison, so there are demonic references, it's weaved throughout the game. So to sum it up, I do think the jumble of words that can be broken down further to reference the mysterious Project Oracle are more intentional than they seem. I do think it's also referring to the time of Alt's entrance to Mikoshi coming near, to her taking the contents of Cholula or Mikoshi and erecting them under the gray matter world's expanses, perhaps. For what? We're not sure. We're not even sure what Lilith or Alt wants. We're not sure what Night Corp wants. We're not sure what Project Oracle is either. Maybe something to do with the moon and the Crystal Palace, if any of Sandra Dorsett's notes are to be believed. Again, we'll get into Project Oracle in the Mr. Blue Eyes Peralez video. Okay, but like, is that all you got tying Alt to being Lilith Lydia? Just some crack connections? No, that's not all. In the Sun ending, which is arguably the ending most endorsed by the tarot cards, we embark on a great big gig for the mysterious Mr. Blue Eyes himself, who is affiliated with Night Corp, this we know. In this ending, we go to space, on our way to the Crystal Palace. It's teased like this insane coup de grace for V. Perhaps we'll see this story in Project Orion, in some way, shape, or form. For all we know, something big was probably gonna happen here. Now, we can only get the Sun ending through V. The Temperance ending, the ending where Johnny leaves Night City in V's body, maybe forever, Johnny has no desire to engage in the solo life. If you recall the poem that Alt recites to Johnny, Sailing to Byzantium by Yeats, her choice of poem is almost like a comfort, whereas V's poem feels more sad and poignant. Alt's choice of poem to V almost feels like a sort of challenge, with its focus on not ever being able to change anything. Johnny's feels like Alt is calling Johnny to rest. Amanda explains it so well. Again, go read her blog on this poem, but Basically, Alt is telling Johnny with this poem that he doesn't need to go back to the gray matter realm because he's already achieved immortality. She's not directly telling him, but she's telling his brain. And I mean, it makes sense that Alt wouldn't directly force V back to the body if she felt like V was more useful, because it's better if V thinks that every decision that they make is their own, so then there's no suspicion and stuff like that. It feels very much like a Phantom Bride, Ardat Lily thing for Alt to do. Of course, this could be a sign that Alt has more human attachments than she cares to admit. It could mean that. But it could also be because she knows that Johnny is not gonna be the most useful person in those boots on the gray matter ground. No big Crystal Palace mission is getting done by Johnny Silverhand. And if you think Project Oracle is involved with that, then Project Oracle probably isn't gonna go as swimmingly as one might hope. Maybe Project Oracle is about installing Alt on the Crystal Palace or something, or connecting to satellites from there, like she does in Rogue's ending. Not to crash them, but maybe to broadcast a signal? A signal like the AI mind control signal? Okay, I need to stop. Anyway, if Alt is tied up with Night Corp and the Blue-Eyed Conspiracy somehow, and is Lilith, she's gonna want to have someone like V, a die-hard merc, as they have proved to do the groundwork. They've done it before, getting her into Mikoshi. Sure, before they expire, V can do it again. Maybe the 6-month prognosis was something she chose to make a reality to ensure she got the time she needed for V to help Mr. Blue Eyes, and then V would expire quickly, so she wouldn't have to deal with them anymore if they ever found out there was more going on here. Maybe Lilith is the AI that Alt combined with, if she did combine with anything, and during her time shattered in cyberspace. We don't know for sure. But still, interesting, isn't it? In a way, her choice of poem for V feels even more like a proper slap in the face. Almost mocking. Like she knows that V will dance to the tune of a die-hard solo. Much like Rogue does for Johnny, no matter how endless and repetitive a cycle of death that kind of life is. I want to take a look at a tabletop story in a bit of a half theory, one that expands upon Alt on the whole and overcomplicates everything in a really fun way. This story, Black Dog, follows a group of edge runners, including Trey Santiago, delivering what they think is a nuclear bomb retrieved from the ruins of the old Arasaka towers, and delivering it to a lady named Angel in the Los Alamos labs. But what they don't know is that, odds are, it's not a bomb in that casing, but Johnny Silverhand's remains. Mike Pondsmith basically confirmed that it is Johnny's body. So, the Edge Runners take this supposed bomb to the labs, which are a former nuclear bomb construction site. But as we can see at the end of the story, the lady they deliver the casing to, Angel, opens up the case when she's alone and sees a familiar face frozen in a cryo chamber. She says, "Hello, my love." Now, Angel on a physical level looks like Alt. I'm not saying that she's Alt's body that was just stored somewhere, maybe, but it is worth noting she does look like Alt. She's tall, described as ethereally beautiful, she's blonde, she also has a gold and silver cyber arm. I believe on the correct side that Alt does too. Alt in the tabletop also had a gold cyber arm, but in the game it is white. It could just be a design choice, it could be Johnny's memories being weird. Anyway, Angel is also a techie, or at least looks like one by how she dresses. She's not described as a netrunner, but who knows, if this is Alt, maybe she's got some new skills. Maybe if she installed herself in a different body, it could be like Johnny saying V has some net running skills when Johnny's in charge of V's body. You got the skills by osmosis. Now, Angel also has a sort of unexplained connection to Samurai. She possesses the Black Dog song, an unreleased song by Samurai from back in the day. She gives this to one of the Edge Runners who's been looking for it. She jokingly refers to herself as a Silverhand fangirl too, which feels in line with Alt's more dry wit, I think. In the Never Fade Away story, when Alt is soul killed, she's described as going to Angel Heaven, which could be a meaningless term. The other thing too is angel being angel, Lilith being a demon. Interesting kind of connection. But if we call back to the Lilith connection, being banished from the Garden of Eden, and also look at who Lilith supposedly hooked up with by her own volition, some interesting tie-ins occur. The Archangel Samael is considered a sort of fallen angel, but he's kind of like an anti-hero type angel. He does some shitty things, of course. It's the Bible. Everyone's doing shitty things and fucking people up. But in this case, he's a toxic guy, but he destroys the sinners, so he's redeemable, right? And the crazy thing is, we do kind of have a song that fits real snug with Samael the Archangel. And this song is Archangel by Samurai. And the lyrics are pretty bang on with what Samael represents: the desire to destroy, to disrupt, to lose control, to rebuild, and then to tear it down again. Samael does destroy. He's an destruction angel. That is literally what he's called. He's considered a sort of punisher in that sense. Johnny wants to take out the corporate men, as he says in that song. He is also a destroyer. We see this with Johnny in basically every story he's in. Tear out the fabric, rip in the norm, destructive architect with somewhere to go. I'll rip right through your sheepish herd, feed insurrection to this broken world. I'm a lawless outcast, always on the run. I'll challenge everything I've just begun to start the riot. Samael is a lawless outcast in a way, too. He does get in some shit, with the big man upstairs. Hence why he's kind of a fallen angel. But this parallel between Samael and Johnny, and then when you throw in Alt, it also makes the lyrics of Never Fade Away, a song written by Johnny for Alt after her death, even more punchy. We lost everything. We had to pay the price. Yeah, we lost everything. We had to pay the price. I saw in you what life was missing. You lit a flame that consumed my hate. I'm not one for reminiscing, but I'd trade it all for your sweet embrace. And I mean, they did lose everything. In myth, Samael did get in the shits with God, but depending on the legend and passages you look at, one of the reasons had to do with his canoodling and resulting children with Lilith, who became his bride. But Lilith also lost everything from this canoodling and her saying no to Adam and all that. Both Johnny and Alt lost everything in their stories. There's a canvas with two faces of fallen angels who loved and lost. It was a passion for the ages, and in the end, guess we paid the cost. Fallen angel connection, eh? Some might describe Lilith as a fallen angel, but she's more often referred to simply as a demon. Like, you might view her as always being a demon. You might view her as becoming a demon when she fell and all that stuff from the garden. But you get what I mean? Like the fallen angel reference, the passion that led to them paying the price. Oof, I love it. But then there's also this verse, which may ring a few bells for you if you've seen my Delmain video. A thing of beauty I know will never fade away. What you did to me, I know. Said what you had to say, but a thing of beauty will never fade away. Remember Delmain saying what he said about beauty, that it's universal? And yes, beauty's subjectiveness aside, I can't help but go ding 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 when I remember that an AI said that beauty is universal. For beauty to never truly fade away and shift like the sands, beauty is a thing that people have always appreciated. Versus what Del calls out as humans' tendency to rain down destruction and violence in the name of truth and good. For beauty to never fade away. The Alt we meet in 2077 faded away. Her beauty faded and she's very different than what Johnny remembers. But what if Alt's true beauty, her compassion, her warmth, still existed out there somewhere? In pieces, perhaps. What if, when Spider Murphy scattered all those pieces of Alt, some never found their way back to others? What if some got picked up by AIs? What if one only found one other piece? There's so many what ifs. But I think it's a really interesting possibility that the alt we meet in 2077 is maybe just one piece of alt, combined with who knows what. This alt could be the more negative aspects, more instinctual aspects of her personality. Passion, deceit, ruthlessness. We see the way she operates in Arasaka Tower. You could just argue that's her vengeance, but if alt did combine with some AI entity in the net there, yes, maybe she made it more human, but I think in turn it made her more cold, more demonic. No pun intended. Maybe she even feels like a strong, passionate drive to reunite herself with Johnny in a very Phantom Bride type way. Gothic horror meets transhumanist horror, and oh boy. And also the other interesting thing is there is an ancient legend of Lilith that describes her almost like a tree with multiple branches, like Lilith is each of the branches, and I'm kind of reminded of Spider splitting up alt. Maybe the parts of alt that served as her bulwark of her humanity, like her kindness, her creativity, her sense of love, found their way to a body somewhere without a soul, and that's how she ended up in Angel's body. Maybe Angel's body is alt's, but I don't know, that doesn't feel quite right to me. I know, that doesn't feel right to you, Linnea, but the rest of this does? Or maybe those pieces of alt found their way to a kinder AI, a more curious one that wanted to understand humanity. One like Delmain, maybe. Maybe even they made a trade somehow. Maybe alt is behind the Alta Weltordnung company, with its name having alt in it as an inside joke between the two. Maybe the reason why Del's personality split is related to alt being split. Maybe Del helped alt back to the human world somehow. Maybe Del's opinion on beauty came from alt talking about never fade away. Or maybe he listened to it and recognized it was about alt. Who knows? This is a huge reach, I know, but it would be nice if, even though there would still be an alt out there, perhaps bent on humanity's utter destruction, there could be one alt living quietly with a copy of Johnny's consciousness. Or maybe they broke up within like 2 months of reuniting in the Los Alamos labs after a really passionate, fiery reunion, but both are still living their best lives somewhere else. Maybe in the Temperance ending, there's multiple Johnnies out there, who knows? And that's all I got right now. I can't say that that's all I'm gonna get on it. We'll be exploring more of this in the next video about the Perales family and Night Corp. And of course, Mr. Blue Eyes. Few characters encapsulate that mixture of fear and a thirst for power that Meredith Stout shows in the very few scenes she's in. As a Militech Corpo, she is the introduction to Arasaka's chief rival in the Cyberpunk universe, and she is remembered long after her last appearance for a variety of reasons. Her presence in the game is extremely small in the overarching scheme of things, and while yes, her story is technically concluded no matter what path you choose, it always felt like there was something more to Meredith that we didn't quite get. And certainly something more to Militech, a corporation that, despite its importance in the cyberpunk universe, seems oddly absent from the final narrative. In this video, we will be discussing what many believe is one of the most unfortunate pieces of cut content in the entirety of Cyberpunk 2077, that some believe was repackaged and repurposed for Phantom Liberty. And this lost plot would have likely started, and potentially even finished, with the one and only Meredith Stout. Meredith is a higher-ranking Militech Corpo that we meet in the beginning of the Konpeki heist questline. Meeting Meredith is entirely optional, as you don't necessarily need to work with her in order to get the Flathead. But should you work with her, you see one of the best examples of what a Corpo is like. Manipulative, ruthless, and entirely self-interested. While Meredith's design conveys the power, efficiency, and authority of the entity that she works for, this facade is contrasted by her rash and impulsive behavior. When first meeting V, Meredith extends her hand and greets them politely, only for it to be a front for her men to restrain them. Meredith antagonizes V and accuses them of being a part of the plot that she is trying to foil. And this isn't just because Meredith enjoys inflicting pain on others, as some of us may later see, because at that moment, her head is more or less resting on a corpo chopping block. Meredith's fate hinges on discovering the mole who allowed Militech technology to be stolen by Maelstrom. She is certain it's Anthony Gilchrist, a fellow corpo, which she is actually right about. Inside the All Foods plant, V can find an email that only those with the nomad background can fully understand, which proves that Anthony is in fact the mole. Meredith's intuition is correct, but intuition is not enough to give to her superiors as proof. And if Meredith can't prove Anthony's guilt, then she has failed in her investigation. She risks looking incompetent or even suspect. Meredith knows that the corpo power ladder is dog-eat-dog. After all, she herself has climbed it. If she can't get results, being demoted is the best case scenario. If Gilchrist can somehow sneak out of this trap, she could very well be screwed, especially considering her harsh treatment of him while he's been in custody. This is perhaps one of the strongest hints of Meredith's impulsivity, and potentially even sadism. But Meredith is not stupid. In typical corpo fashion, when she sees an opportunity, she seizes it, even if it wounds her pride to do so. And this shows in her last-second gamble with V. In the case that Meredith gives V some spiked eddies to give to Maelstrom. She plays this off as an easy thing for V to do for her, as well as pay for the flathead that V wants, which is suspicious, but 10,000 eddies is a lot for a small merc to hand over. And let's face it, when you're playing a V that is flat broke, odds are you're gonna use the money even if it is suspicious. Meredith guarantees that she will allow you to leave with the flathead, no questions asked, should you do this little thing, so why wouldn't you? But, as we see, if we use her money, she was absolutely willing to throw V under the bus. Because as soon as Maelstrom puts the eddies in their system, the virus uploads and mayhem ensues. Meredith gets the information that she needs, and V wipes out some of Maelstrom's top leadership. However, if you refuse to go along with Meredith's game, Anthony Gilchrist comes out on top and takes over Meredith's position at Militech. And just like that, Meredith disappears. But that's not the last we can see of her, even if it is super easy to miss where she ends up. I personally didn't know about this for most of my playthroughs, but Meredith's body can be found on the ocean floor, weighted by concrete blocks and showing signs of torture. But in the case that we do take Meredith's eddies and use them to pay for the flathead held by Maelstrom, Meredith comes out on top. She gets enough information to prove that Anthony is the mole, and has him disposed of. Meredith remarks that she and V work well together, her previous desperation now nowhere to be seen. Secure in her position once again, Meredith is now back to her authoritative self, almost nonchalant about nearly getting V killed. V can either choose to be angry with her here, or you can agree that you do work well with her, which leads to V getting one of the best melee weapons in the entire game. I cannot show you this weapon, and I cannot show you the context of how this weapon is received. However, its name being Sir John Falstaff should be enough information to get the message across. It speaks for itself. But that is it. That's all we see of Meredith for the rest of the game. You never get to work with Meredith again, and she tells you this through text, rather than a final conversation face-to-face. Aside from V's possible liaison with her at the No-Tell Motel, it's like Meredith ceases to exist, and that is a shame. And at first, this doesn't really seem all that odd. Meredith was a side character in a very early quest. And we can't possibly know everything there is to know about every character that we meet. V is not meant to know every story in Night City. There's also some closure that we get with Meredith that we don't necessarily get with every other side character, even if it's not all that much to write home about. You could even say that it's realistic, and we're lucky we got those loose ends tied at all. It's not hard to believe that Meredith would just never contact us again, period. All of these reasons are all well and good until you start digging deeper into the game. Until you start to wonder that maybe Meredith's ends weren't so much tied as much as they were actually severed. I'll be the first to admit that Meredith could very well have just been intended as an introductory character to the corpo side of Cyberpunk. Meredith could have been intended as a showcase for the corpo aesthetic, or the corpo mindset to help with world building. Aside from Jenkins in the corpo intro, Meredith is our first major corpo character that we meet in the game. For me, Meredith is more memorable than any of the Arasakas. She's just scary, and Erica Lindbeck knocks it out of the park with her performance. And she helps to establish the brutality of the corpo power ladder that our V could have potentially once climbed. But the fact that we barely get any Militech in the base game at all, after this period of what feels like an introduction to the corporation, feels like a bit of a void, almost. Through Meredith, we get the base of some world building to establish Militech as a rival corporation in the setting of Night City, right down to Meredith's unique design, as well as the Militech vehicles and military we can see throughout the game. Considering all the effort that went into designing Militech and Meredith, it feels odd that they sort of fall off the map. If you think about it, there is a lot of Militech in Cyberpunk's first chapter. The optional tutorial with T-Bug is played in a hacked Militech training simulator. The Flathead, key to the heist, is Militech technology. And whether you side with Meredith or Gilchrist here, both of those people will give V the Flathead under the table. No questions asked, and no hassle for Militech. When it comes to the heist, there's just a lot of Militech being involved. This doesn't necessarily mean that Militech is directly involved in the heist, but there is a presence here that is so strange how we don't really see it again. Also, there are two easily missable audio files that you can find on the Ebonica later on in 2077. Both of these files involve Adam Smasher, who is working with some Maelstrom gangers to hold hostage somebody that Anthony Gilchrist knows. In this recording, Adam Smasher tells Anthony to stop a certain deal that Militech is making with Nightcorp. This plan to have leverage by using this hostage presumably did not work, as we do find the woman's body on the ship. I can't help but wonder if this is a hint that Gilchrist was involved with Arasaka somehow, and that Maelstrom was just a middleman. Maybe this is part of a quest where later on we would discover that Anthony was working with Arasaka. And lastly, but not at all least important, is that somebody discovered in the game files the unfinished interior of the Militech building in the Corpo Plaza. You can find numerous videos exploring this unfinished interior on YouTube. For me, this is solid proof that, at least in some way, shape, or form, Militech was supposed to have a much bigger presence in the overall story. Meredith's line about working together might not have just been a throwaway thing. Maybe it actually meant something before this quest or quest line was scrapped. And I can't help but wonder if, somehow, Phantom Liberty is all that remains of this initial plotline for Militech. And I think it would have had a lot to do with the heist. In cyberpunk lore, Militech has a long-standing, violent history with Arasaka. The two corporations have been fighting each other for economic power, especially in Night City. Although, unfortunately for Militech, this has not been successful, as Arasaka is still the dominant corporation in Night City. However, Militech has not been unsuccessful in all of their power grabs. Even if the NUSA is a different entity in name, Militech basically holds the reins of its government. We see this very clearly in Phantom Liberty, with the fact that NUSA president, Rosalind Myers, is the ex-CEO of Militech. Many in the NUSA actually protest her running for a second term in power, because of the fact that Militech interests will remain NUSA interests. Myers is not unlike Meredith in the sense that we see her regularly being manipulative, as well as self-interested, completely willing to use other people and sacrifice them as well. With this political power at the corporation's disposal, Militech can better serve as a proper rival to Arasaka. They have more reach and resources and personnel who can carry out their interests. And one of these resources is a certain agent mentioned in a file that we can find on Space Force 1 when V boards the wreckage to find Rosalind Myers, the very first mission of Phantom Liberty. And in this report, titled Konpeki Incident Report Number 6, we discover that Militech knew some insider knowledge of Dexter Deshawn's final gig. And it's all thanks to an agent by the name of Informant 01257. And there's some really good reason to believe that we actually met this informant at the beginning of the game. Because, as somebody pointed out on Reddit, who I will say, I could not find the thread where I read this. It was a comment on a thread whose name I can't even remember. I am so sorry, but I did not find out this information. I just read it and it blew my mind. The 12th letter of the alphabet is L, the 5th is E, and the 7th is G. If you're willing to rework the 0 to an O, you get the name Oleg. And who do we know who is involved in the heist, who is a mysterious individual whose name is Oleg? Oleg Darkovich is the name of Dexter Deshawn's mysterious bodyguard, a character with very little to say and little to do, who also happens to be decked out in cyberware that suspiciously resembles military-grade stuff. Interesting coincidence, isn't it? In this report, the supposed informant was said to disappear before he could access more information concerning whoever was involved in the heist. To me, that Oleg did not report in implies that he was killed by Takamura. Although, as we see in the 2019 cinematic trailer for Cyberpunk, we see that V actually kills Oleg. It's likely that this was jumbled up due to the late-stage rewrites of the game. Perhaps they felt that it created more hopelessness in V's death scene, with Oleg not being killed. And finally, in the report, it is mentioned that Militech knows that Johnny is on the relic. Rather than this supporting a giant elaborate theory for a hidden plotline that is still in the game, to me, this reference to this informant, who is very likely to be Oleg, is a nod to a story that was cut. It feels a little jarring and out of place. And for me, as much as I love Phantom Liberty, it also feels like an assembly of cut plot lines that were once initially intended to be in the game in the first place. Having Dogtown locked away like it is before Phantom Liberty was, at least I think, a symptom of the unfinished development of Cyberpunk 2077. That was unfortunately repackaged and repurposed as an expansion to be purchased. But the main thing that makes me think that Phantom Liberty was intended to be in the base game is because of how the ending you can unlock with that expansion is arguably one of the most meaningful endings in the entire game. Phantom Liberty is more engaging, in my opinion, than the entirety of the main questline. And I get this feeling that it's one of those plot lines that got axed, but they still managed to carry out in the form of releasing it as an expansion. There's a very interesting theory that Alex's story in Phantom Liberty was recycled from T-Bug. Some believe that T-Bug was a Militech agent. I can't find concrete proof of this, aside from the fact that T-Bug's icon appears at the Cynosure facility that we can enter in Phantom Liberty, which is definitely an interesting thing. But I haven't really been able to find all that much proof proving this point, as much as I am intrigued by it, so maybe at a future date I'll delve into that. I can't help but wonder, considering Militech's involvement with the NUSA, with Oleg Darkovich likely being a Militech agent, with the strange base game emission of Dogtown then being repackaged as an expansion, and the elaborate ending of Phantom Liberty, that there was a whole plotline V could have chosen involving Meredith and Militech, and the reveal that the heist was a Militech-supported op, which would organically lead to a chain of events that could kickstart Phantom Liberty. Maybe Militech was helping with the heist because they wanted the relic, or maybe they knew that Saburo Arasaka wanted to use it to extend his life. It is noted that Rosalind Myers, in the ending that Saburo does come back, is publicly opposed to his resurrection. After all, he is a big threat to Militech domination. I feel like it's entirely possible that Militech could have found out that this was supposed to happen, and maybe their questline would have been to stop it. Considering Songbird's ability to mess around with the relic in V's head, as well as her value to Militech and the NUSA, her character could have had, at least at one point, had something to do with seizing control of relic tech. And for Meredith as a character herself, I can't help but think that once upon a time there was a whole plot line for her. She's so unique in the way that she looks and memorable, and she's especially well played. If I hadn't read that she and Misty have the same voice actor, I never would have known. If you put any stock in the theory that the Cyberpunk life paths were supposed to lead to vastly different storylines you could play throughout the game, Meredith would be the missing corpo romance that is just lacking in the final story. For Street Kid V's, there's Judy. For Nomad V's, there's Pan Am, and for Corpo, there would be Meredith. Meredith would have been that ruthless, more morally questionable romance option that is not available for V in the final game. Maybe Meredith would have been the only romance option to stick around while you were in that 2-year coma. Maybe choosing to help Songbird would have led to Meredith's death, adding some interesting dilemmas and consequences to the story. Who knows, maybe Meredith's relationship could have started as purely physical and then potentially evolves into a very sweet, interesting romance. Most romances in Cyberpunk are pretty typical, which isn't a bad thing, but it would have been interesting to see what Meredith would have been like, even if she is terrifying. But unfortunately, we never get to see this development. We are only left with fragments that are memorialized with that one quite likely mention of Oleg Darkovich. And it exists in such a way that rather than seeming just like a cool little nod, it makes us wonder what we could have had. My read on Meredith and her importance and Militech's importance could very well be wrong, but my overall point with this fiction forensics is to highlight the importance of a fleshed out, completed, and cleaned up narrative. It's unfortunately unsatisfying when there's still evidence of a diced up plotline that was not removed with the surgical precision that it probably should have been. Like, even if the old story's been given concrete shoes and thrown overboard, there's still the chance the concrete shoes can come off and that body gets floating up to the surface. Which unfortunately is what has kinda happened. They did not dispose of the remains properly. Oh geez. But I think it's unfortunately likely that the mystery of what we could have gotten will remain unsolved. But I also just want to say, after all is said and done, Phantom Liberty is where Cyberpunk truly shines for me. You can feel the passion and the love and the dedication and attention to detail in the entire story of Phantom Liberty, and I loved every second of it. Every character is fascinating. And I think it's because they had the time to complete it the way that I'm sure that the devs wish they could have completed the entire game. They were able to complete the creative process, and I will always look at Phantom Liberty and wonder if the rest of Cyberpunk 2077 could have matched it, had it been given the same respect. The devil can cite scripture to suit his purpose, and indeed, Sebastian Ibarra, the Padre of Heywood, certainly does. Once a Valentino like any other, a brush with death brought this priest far closer to God than he'd ever been. So close, in fact, that by 2077, he's almost making a play at God. This fixer blesses and smites the people of Heywood as he sees fit, so long as the price is right. And as much as he tries to tie his righteous book into his dealings, at the end of the day, the only true lord this man knows is the Holy Eddie. But nothing lasts forever, especially in Night City. And, in the end, the Padre's eventual fate can be framed by a passage that he likely once recited to the people he was about to punish. Whatsoever a man soweth, that shall he also reap. Hello, my name is Liddy, and welcome to Shaped by Stories. We're all shaped by stories, both lived and observed, and I hope to see your unique perspectives on the Padre in the comments section. Let's get into it. When the Padre first became a priest, or when he first became a Valentino, is a bit up in the air. But we do know that the Valentinos are a religious gang, with their close-knit culture surrounding specific patron saints, like the Santa Muerte, who is a sort of folk Catholic saint in Mexican culture. She's kind of the embodiment of death and the journey to the afterlife, but also a sort of protective figure. Her worship is actually condemned in real life by the Catholic Church, but according to Wikipedia at least, she has approximately 29 million followers, so the condemnation isn't exactly working. The other saint that the Valentinos follow is a figure named Jesus Malverde, who was almost a Robin Hood type figure in the cartels of Sinaloa back in the late 1800s to the early 1900s. He too is a folk Catholic saint, not officially canonized by the church, and some historians actually debate whether he even existed. Both he and the Santa Muerte are strongly associated with the cartels and criminal doings, but of course that doesn't make every adherent a criminal and/or cartel member. I'm mentioning these saints because I just want to make it clear that the Catholicism that the Valentinos widely adhere to, and, the saints that they consider their patrons, cannot be properly defined and viewed through the same general lens of Catholicism. Now, I myself am irreligious, and I don't know much about many religions. If you do have more religious knowledge, or a more nuanced perspective on the Valentinos and Padre in this sense, I would love to read about it in the comments. But my point with bringing this up is that you have to keep in mind that the Valentinos have their own unique religious culture. I think it's safe to say that the Padre's status as a priest doesn't come from your average Catholic church. To a lot of the Valentinos and Heywood in general, the Padre, while he might not be adhering to the Catholicism that maybe somebody in a small town in Canada might understand Catholicism, to the Valentinos he may very well be adhering to his religion in a way that many people in Heywood admire or similarly strive to do. To the gang culture he's from, he may not be that kind of a hypocrite. So I will not be taking an approach to Padre in the sense that, is he a religious hypocrite or not? I don't have the knowledge to make that argument either way. But what I will be discussing is that he is, in my opinion, the weakest fixer in Night City still standing. So, Padre Ibarra was a priest in the Valentinos for quite some time. This is where all of his scars and tattoos come from, and he also admits that he has been to prison. But the event that led him away from that life, down the path of a fixer, occurred, according to official sources, many years before 2071. So we don't exactly know when the following happened. According to lore, the Padre and a bunch of other Valentinos were holed up at a place in Haywood called Motocielo. It was here that a bloodbath occurred, leaving Padre as one of the sole survivors. It was after this that Padre found his way to a more noble calling, that of a fixer. By 2070, Padre Ibarra had become one of the most respected figures in Haywood, both among the Valentinos and the everyday people. But, of course, when there is respect, there is also derision. The Padre was smart enough to know that if he was going to gain power and wealth and influence, and with them security, he would have to secure the loyalty and gratitude of the people of Haywood first. Many of his gigs, in fact, involve delivering justice to those who have done the people of the neighborhood wrong. You take out a cop killer. You take out a retired merc who killed a lot of Valentinos in his prime. Even a corpo executive that got away with a hit and run of a teenage girl. Padre presents his faith in these circumstances like he's a divine punisher or something and you are his sword. But he is getting what he wants out of this too. The Padre prefers to curry favor with the people. There is power in being able to sit safely in a basketball court in the inner city and feel completely at ease among people who could just as easily kill you if they held no respect for you. No other fixer in Cyberpunk 2077 quite does that. And one has to admit that the rare loyalty Padre has, namely from the Valentinos, is quite the thing. It certainly was handy too that he is a priest, and as such, a lot of people already look up to him. However, while I believe that the Padre does believe in God, I don't think he's nearly as fervently religious as his dialogue may suggest. Or at least I think his dedication to his faith has decreased as time has gone on. The Padre chooses his words very carefully and quotes his passages with great consideration. And I think he does this because he knows the religious angle he takes brings him a lot of security. He knows the power of that spiritual position among the faithful. We see it all the time in our world too, religious leaders using and abusing their power for their own purposes. I think his religious belief has devolved into more of a fear of God as he's gotten older, ever since that day at Motocielo. That's just the vibe that I get with his answer when you ask him why he became a priest.
Ask a personal question?
Sure, but I may not answer.
Why'd you join the priesthood?
Faith is God's grace. For many years I did not feel it, but eventually that changed. I believe in God, and I only hope that when I pass, he believes in me.
It almost feels like nowadays he just wears that cross like a corpo wears a suit. He recites scripture like a corpo can spout jargon. Also, I want to mention the Padre's initial concept art here. So you can see that he was a younger, much more ripped guy. Like, whoa, the Padre was a daddy once upon a time? But he had more of like a religious getup, you know, with the collar and everything. But instead they went with the older man who's in more of like a clean sweater type look, you know, older. And I will say I do like that they went with the latter look, but the first look, I'm just gonna be like, is this what he looked like at Motocielo? Because I'm like, what the fuck, Padre? You didn't need to become a fixer. You could have, like, become anything else. Like, oh my god. Many Valentinos, even though Padre's more or less left the gang, still respect and do his bidding. We can see this as early as the opening montage of Cyberpunk 2077, where he's at first protected from V and Jackie by some Valentinos, until the Padre tells his people to let them pass. The Padre holds both spiritual and economic respect among the community as a priest and a fixer, and he is very giving and polite to the people who are loyal to him, who do good work for him. And you want to know the other thing about political power and political power games played by characters and stories? My book has that. If you want to read some things about that, you can find it in my post-apocalyptic book. Kaisaria Book 1. Ooh. Anyway, back to the show. But he still has a darker side to him that didn't just vanish with his near-death experience. In the Street Kid life path, you get a ride with the Padre. He's in the middle of shoving someone in the trunk of his car when V walks up, and he tells his hustle to let the people know in Santo to be ready, keeping in mind that Santo is 6th Street territory, the Valentino's primary rival, who they are engaged in a gang war with. Now, V has seen something that they very well maybe weren't supposed to? I don't really care if V was a useful merc for him in the past, because the Padre tells you, he's telling you that he's giving you a ride, even if he is being very polite and framing it kinda like V has a choice. He's posing this like he's just doing you a favor and saying hi to you now that you're back in the city. But I don't know, I'm kinda wondering if he was doing this to sort of test V's own loyalties. Because I think the Padre is extremely paranoid right now. He's doing really good at hiding it, but I think some stuff is going on, and I'm gonna get to that. After Padre and V are pulled over by 6th Street, the ganger who threatens them is named Sam Carter. He boldly pulls a gun on Padre, demanding he pull his Valentinos out of Vista del Rey. Something no one would ever dare to do with most fixers. Like, I can't imagine anybody pulling up on Rogue or Hands. I can't even see anybody doing it to Wakako. After the 6th Street gangers let Padre and V go, every time I say 6th Street, fuck. 6th Street, I can't. It's like my least favorite word is 6th. The Padre praises V if you scare them off, saying, "It's good to see you know where your loyalties lie." Okay, so was this a sort of strange test from a man whose throne is crumbling beneath him? Padre then complains about all these new kids in Haywood not knowing loyalty and honor and all that. But to me, that just sounds a lot like an old man who's upset that the world around him is changing, and he's not keeping up with it. Padre brushes off Sam Carter's threats on the surface, saying he's just another nobody who will be gone and replaced by next week. However, the Padre's chillness with this and seeming sort of like whatever kind of thing does not really reflect in his actions. So we can actually find Sam's body later in the game, with a shard on him showing that Padre tracked him down and killed him. The Padre is not a guy who takes insults lightly. He will deliver unto those offenders his holy wrath, as the poor unfortunate Sam found out. One could argue that this is simply a necessity for Padre. He has to flex his power to show that the 6th Street can't intimidate him, that the Valentinos should still respect him. But I actually think that this decision here to kill Sam like this shows his fear. To me, it's a sloppy thing to do, to take personal interest in this random grunt of, by your own admission, no real consequence. Sure, maybe he was lying, maybe Sam is very important, but I don't really see why he would. If Padre didn't actually care about what Sam said, he wouldn't have gone to the lengths he did to teach him a lesson. Unless he's not as wholly poised as he presents himself. In the shard, Sam tells the Padre that he's been sitting on that fixer throne too long, and that it's gotten to his head. And Padre, instead of really saying anything of substance, just starts spouting more scripture. He won't even acknowledge this sentiment that is, in fact, more widely shared around Haywood than he may want V to believe after their return from Atlanta. Throughout the Padre's gigs that V can carry out for him, you can read on shards and overhear conversations where even Valentinos express distaste for the fixer. A number of the gang believes he's outmoded, deluded, and I think the Padre is a bit paranoid of this growing disrespect of him in 2077, and he's just clamping down as best he can. Or, in his mind, as best he can. The question is, why is this happening? It can't just be his age making people look at him and see a weak man. Look at Wakako, for instance. Look at Rogue, despite her anti-aging work. No other fixer is talked shit about quite so openly in 2077 by quite so many gangs the same way that Padre is, aside from Dexter Deshawn. Well, I think the reason why this is happening is rather simple. Pride goes before destruction, a haughty spirit before a fall. As I said, many of the Padre's gigs do serve to help the people of Heywood, while also lining his pockets with eddies and power. These gigs, I think, all lend to his strategy of staying on good terms with the people of Heywood. He's got a sort of Robin Hoodish kind of rep he's trying to maintain, but more along the lines of the Valentino's patron saint, Jesus Malverde. But on the other hand, a lot of the Padre's gigs involve taking out Valentinos who cross certain lines. In fact, in the mission where you take out the Valentino who killed a cop, you're actually taking out a bunch of Valentinos who are working with Arasaka to start a corporate war with Militech. And that is certainly a big problem for the Valentinos as a whole, especially if any corp ever found out about their involvement. You could argue that the Padre is just trying to prevent major trouble, deliver some justice, and to make a living at the same time. In his mind, he's stabilizing the Valentinos so that no real heavy shit hits the fan. And you know, making money is what fixers do. You can't fault him for that. But I kinda think this is his way of also clearing out potential enemies before they really get fired up against him. Based on the dialogue you can overhear and the shards you can read around Heywood, the old guard of the Valentinos likely holds more respect for the Padre than the younger generation does. You have to move with the times to stay relevant, and by the way Padre speaks of the youth, you can tell he's not. He's not quite like Mama Wells, who I think has been able to continue to stay with things. Mama Wells' name is still strong enough to convince younger Valentinos not to fight in her bar. Even the Padre says that nobody in the Valentinos is gonna fuck with Mama Wells. Padre can't say the same for himself, however. The other thing to remember too is that being a fixer is a demanding profession, and more delicate than it seems. Rogue, I think, says something along the lines of how a successful fixer maintains balance and doesn't rock the boat. You won't be a fixer for long if you start to do the opposite. And that precisely is what happens to Padre, whether he realizes it or not. In one gig you do for Padre, the Lord giveth and the Lord taketh away, he sends V to steal a van from some Valentinos, who he hired to beat the shit out of some nomads who stole that van in the first place because they were doing business on his turf without cutting him in. He says that he will handle punishing those Tinos for taking the van, but I doubt those Valentinos are gonna be super happy with this double crossing he does for money. Some of you might be thinking, well, Wakako kinda does the same thing. She's always screwing over the tiger claws and whatnot. If you watched my last video on her, you might even be thinking I'm being unfair to Padre, which leads me to this next gig. In Bring Me the Head of Gustavo Orta, V is hired to take out said high-ranking Valentino because a 6th Street gang leader blames him for his daughter, Martha, now being in a coma. This seems open and shut at first, given how Valentinos and 6th Streeters are at war. But it's already weird that Padre is taking a gig from 6th Street, given what we've already seen of him and the gang. Yes, fixers do things for money for whoever will pay, we know this. But for all the talk of loyalty that Padre has and complaining about the young, this gig and who he's doing it for makes me kind of go, I can't talk about him being a religious hypocrite, but I will talk about him being a general one. My next point is that Gustavo Orta isn't just some random Valentino leader. He's actually a cousin of Campo Orta, the Valentino's real leader, who is currently in jail. Campo sends a rep to Jackie's funeral to send his condolences for Jackie's loss. But also, we can meet Gustavo Orta at the ofrenda, and the daughter that you're supposed to be avenging in the aforementioned gig. We can actually share a drink with Gustavo. The lady sitting next to him is Martha. And if you scan her, you can see that she is under the name Martha Young, which is a fake name. Her real name is Martha Frakes, and the reason why she's there in secret is because she and Gustavo are secret lovers. It was, in reality, Martha's own gang that put her in a coma when they sent a team to take out Gustavo, not realizing that she was with him. They knew that their gangs were enemies and that their relationship would not be publicly acceptable, so they were trying to keep it under wraps as best they could. If you actually stop to talk to Gustavo during his gig, he will tell you this himself, and all evidence that you can find on his computer and all the shards around Haywood point to his explanation being the truth. His grief is genuine. I also want to mention that Padre is also at Jackie's ofrenda. So it's like these two guys were mourning the same guy one day, and then the next day the Padre is sending you to take him out for the enemy. I know that the Padre says that it's disrespectful to talk about business at the ofrenda and all that, but I'm also kind of wondering, like, maybe Gustavo was always kind of a thorn in the Padre's side. Maybe Gustavo never liked him and didn't treat him with the respect he desired. And so he's like, no, I don't want to talk about business while this motherfucker's down there having a drink with his secret girl. During Gustavo's gig, you either kill him yourself or you can convince him to leave Night City. But in that case, Gustavo actually kills himself after V leaves. Padre is impressed either way, amazed that V was able to get him to take himself out of the picture. Regardless of how you handle this quest, it is set in stone now that the Padre was involved with Gustavo's death. Maybe Campo hated Gustavo and the Padre took the gig because he knew that Campo wouldn't care. But I can't find anything in-game to hint towards anything like that, where it's said that Campo would probably be happier without Gustavo in his way. Gustavo was fighting a lot of the gang war with 6th Street, and if Campo hadn't wanted that, he likely would have had his own loyal guys handle it. And also, if you look at all the Valentino shards surrounding what happened to Martha, the Valentinos loyal to Gustavo are pissed. They want revenge on 6th Street, and they feel bad for their leader for the fact that his girlfriend got caught in the crossfire. So imagine how hell-bent they would be when they find out that Padre took eddies from a 6th Street leader to take out their leader. Wakako has never outright done anything to hit the hornet's nest of the claws like this. Keyword, outright. Padre, no matter how well kept he may think his secrets are, is again being sloppy here. And for what? Did Gustavo talk shit about him? Is Gustavo against the Padre, like so many other Valentinos? Either way, I think it was a moment of very bad judgment. And I think it is one he ends up paying for. When it comes to Cyberpunk 2077's endings, Padre isn't mentioned in any of them, so far as I can tell, except for the Phantom Liberty ending, which takes place in 2079, when V gets cornered by those thugs in the alleyway outside Vic's clinic. A street kid V can threaten them with the Padre's name, but the lead thug just laughs. The Padre is out of power, and while we don't know exactly how this happened, there is a lot of speculation across the internet. Many believe that maybe 6th Street got him, as that's what the Street Kid intro could be setting up. It would make a lot of sense. Sam was very, very bold, and we all know 6th Street could have gotten bolder. Some also say that maybe a corporation ousted him. We see in that one gig that the Valentinos were hired to frame Militech for attacks on Arasaka facilities. V calls out the Padre for knowing more about this subject than he claims to, hinting that maybe Padre didn't take that gig to simply take out a cop killer. Maybe this information is more valuable than he was letting on. Maybe Arasaka found out that the Padre knew far more than he should have, and they moved in to secure their secret. But I honestly think it's more likely that the Valentinos themselves are responsible for his removal from power, considering all the moves that he makes against them, while also trying to manipulate them for his protection. And then you consider the Gustavo Orta stuff, and his loyalty to the almighty Eddie, above all. Combine all that with the already present resentment held by the Valentinos even before V shows up, and you have a guy who has more than dug his own grave. So, yeah, I do think indeed that Padre ultimately reaped what he sowed. I think Padre was not as religious and holy as he presented himself to be, or as chill as he presented himself to be. I think the empire that he sort of carved out for himself came from a place of fear, from that terrible day in Motocielo. I think he wore that cross like armor. He carried those tattoos into old age, thinking that that would buy him loyalty and respect in that gang forever. For Padre, it was unfair that the world was changing. Not unfair of him to think it should stay the same. According to Reddit user Shavod, somebody went into the game files for Phantom Liberty, and they actually found that the Padre was supposed to send V a text, asking them to help him carry out this big, fantastic gig, a job that was supposed to regain his old respect and put him back in the big leagues again. Sound familiar? Whether this was purposefully removed from the game or simply absent because of bugs, we don't know. But it's funny, isn't it? Also, when I think of the Padre telling me to get in the car, I think of Dexter also being the other fixer who says, hey, let's have a chat in the car. And then, well, I mean, never get in a fixer's car with the fixer. Just don't do it because you might probably get a shit job. Also, sort of like Dexter Deshawn, like, Padre doesn't really have, like, a proper base of operations. Like, his base of operations is a basketball court. You could argue that's a power flex move. I don't know. I see a lot of the same sort of things going on with Dex and Padre. And it's interesting that they both end up the same way, sort of, except Padre, I think, is technically still alive. Well, the signs that Padre was losing his power were always there. He hid them pretty well from those on the outside, like V, but like any old person who refuses to change, the Padre ended up a far cry from the patron saints of his people, mocked, desperate, and forgotten. Yorinobu Arasaka, the Patricide, the rich kid, the screw-up, and the fool, is anything but that simple. And dare I say, he is one of Cyberpunk's most tragic, heroic figures. The first time I played this game, I didn't really realize all the facts, and I didn't really notice all the details that were hiding between the lines of the story. I got duped into seeing the world from V's perspective, where I was just a down-on-my-luck merc, and it was all because of the corpo overlords and all that. But as with any great story, each review or reread or replay makes you see things that you did not realize before. Hello, my name is Liddy, and welcome to Shaped by Stories, where we discuss how and why our favorite stories shape our own. Let's get into it. Yorinobu was born in Tokyo in 1995 to Saburo Arasaka and his third wife, Michiko. As the second son of the Arasaka family, Yorinobu didn't have the same expectations of leadership that were laid upon Kei, his elder brother. But he still had access to the best education, the best technology and living conditions. Really, he wanted for nothing, and he probably lived the best quality of life on the planet. And while being a member of the Arasaka family probably wasn't the most loving family experience, Yorinobu had a deep bond with his younger sister, Hanako, a bond he especially treasured after the passing of their mother. Like Hanako, Yorinobu grew up with no idea of the extent of Arasaka's darkest ventures. And he wouldn't know until he was 21 years old, when his father took him aside and told him about the family legacy. Yorinobu, horrified to know his family's dark side, fled into the streets of Tokyo, vowing to fight against his father's work. He formed his own nomad gang, the Kotetsu no Ryu, also known as the Steel Dragons, who joined him in trying to take Arasaka down. Yorinobu worked towards this goal in Japan for years, and while his insider knowledge of the corporation came in handy, it was difficult for him and his Steel Dragons to actually make a long-lasting difference. When it all came down to it, they were just a gang in the streets of Tokyo and sometimes beyond. But to his credit, Yorinobu had quite the knack for building connections and forming strategic alliances with those who also saw an enemy in Arasaka. He was quite a thorn in his dad's side, even right up until the Fourth Corporate War. Militech actually tried to recruit Yorinobu during this time, despite his blood ties to their most major competitor. But first, before we get into that, we have to talk about one of Yorinobu's oldest promises, and certainly his most cherished goal, in all of this freedom fighting and hatred directed towards his father: the safeguarding of his sister, Hanako. Hanako and Yorinobu are super close, and I think this is due in no small part to Hanako's forced isolation in her childhood, which I get into in her video. The only other kid she probably had around consistently was her brother, as her father cut her off from the outside world. Yorinobu was very protective of his little sister, and she was often a source of sympathy and comfort whenever he was at odds with his father. Even as he cut all ties with his dad and his brother when he ran away, he still kept in contact with Hanako. They'd only meet up through the net, Hanako's only source of freedom, and they would always do so in secret. Yorinobu swore very early on in his crusade against Arasaka that he would give Hanako her freedom someday. According to lore, she never knew of this promise, and he probably didn't tell her because he knew she'd be resistant to it. As I discuss in my video on Hanako, she was raised to be loyal to Arasaka and her father, so long as he lived, at all costs. Yorinobu loved his sister, and he never stopped working towards this goal of getting his sister her freedom, something that she's never really had. And he still holds on to this goal, as we see in 2077. Keeping this promise he made to himself in mind makes the rest of his story, right up to the end of the devil ending, a real gut punch. When the Fourth Corporate War rolled in the years 2021 to 2023, Yorinobu refused to join any corporation, Militech included. But he did screw Arasaka in a really clever way. He actually lent the Japanese government a hand in nationalizing Arasaka's assets, something that almost certainly annoyed his father and his brother. But Yorinobu wasn't some hapless dreamer. I can't help but feel like Johnny Silverhand's planting of that bomb in Arasaka Tower was a wake-up call of what he had to do. The only thing that would work when it came to destroying Arasaka. Tearing it apart inside out. Yorinobu had worked for years in the streets of Tokyo, running with his gang, trying to make a dent in his father's company. And while he did have some success, which I think is important to note, that's kind of crazy that he managed to do what he could do with the resources that he had, he realized it just wasn't good enough. He knew he needed to be welcomed back into the fold of the family, but how would he do that after everything that he'd done? Well, his brother Kei died during the events of the Fourth Corporate War, and Yorinobu cleverly used this time of grief and vulnerability to bring himself back into the family fold. Without Kei, he was the next oldest kid, technically a prospective heir to the more traditional Saburo. Hanako was essential in this, as she's the one who softened her father towards a reconciliation. Without her, Yorinobu wouldn't have been welcomed home, but ultimately he was. And he would bide his time until his moment to destroy Arasaka from within would come. In the meantime, he formed his own faction under Arasaka's banner, the Taka faction. But he would play this political game far more carefully than before. Now, before I get any further, I feel like I should note and clarify that I don't think Yorinobu is this spotless hero with pure morals and has never done anything wrong. He has, and in that sense, that is what makes him a lot more like V, who I will also be discussing at the end of this video. But I specifically want to talk about his relationship with Evelyn Parker very briefly. Yorinobu, despite everything and his negative feelings about where he comes from, has spent a lot of his life being used to just getting whatever he wants and probably doesn't think too deep about everything. For instance, Yorinobu became connected with Evelyn through clouds, which is connected to the Tiger Claws, who are connected to the Arasakas. Anybody who's played the game and those quests with Evelyn and Judy has seen how the Claws are towards the people that work for them. Evelyn's fate and how she's just sold as scrap to be abused and used is unfortunately just one small example of how bad the Clouds and the Tiger Claws can be. Maybe Yorinobu wasn't aware of the abuse that goes on at Clouds, but I feel like if you're somebody who's been running with a gang in the streets of Tokyo, you would have to know, right? In a way, he almost kind of got honeypotted by Evelyn in the sense that she used that situation and the knowledge that she had of Yorinobu's secret goings-on behind the scenes to her advantage. I don't believe that Yorinobu knew that Evelyn was working for the Voodoo Boys or that she was trying to take the relic out from under him. I think that Yorinobu is, sort of Game of Thrones reference, not as smart as he thinks he is. I think he's very clever. We've seen the way that he operates back when he was working against Arasaka in Tokyo. But even he could not plan for anything, in the same way that I think Saburo Arasaka couldn't quite plan for everything either. It's already established that Yorinobu isn't perfect, he's not a genius, and when we see him and how he operates throughout Arasaka as the questline goes on, we can see that he's kind of out of his element. He's not as canny as I think he wishes he was, otherwise I think his takedown of Arasaka would have been a sure thing and much more organized. I sort of find Yorinobu's conversation with his father a bit amusing because of what he says to his dad that you think the world revolves around you, to paraphrase, but I feel like Yorinobu has a similar idea. It's just his father is the villain and he is the hero of this story. I mean, I definitely think Saburo is unarguably evil. He's definitely not a good guy. But I do think, unbeknownst to Yorinobu, he operates his life as if the world revolves around him. He's got some ego too, and he's like his dad. I see a lot of similarities between him and Saburo, and it's just they're two people with the same sort of weaknesses and strengths on opposite sides of the board, including opposite sides of the board in terms of experience. He's a guy who thought he was capable of far more than he was, with far less resources than he realized he needed. In another world, without his individualistic streak, I think that he would have ended up being a lot more like his father than even Kei Arasaka was. But I think the key driving force in what makes these two men ultimately different is the fact that Yorinobu does seem to be more empathetic, for sure, than his father, and we'll get to that. But anyway. By 2077, although Saburo and Yorinobu had that brief reconciliation, father and son did not get along. Apparently, it's been some years since they've actually met face to face. They were still having their intercorporate shadow wars, and Yorinobu was going in for the kill this time, as carefully as he could. Well, maybe his plans didn't involve him going literally for the kill as he ended up doing, but he did cook up a really big plan in 2077 that was supposed to be a pretty big hit to his father's plans. Using contacts that he had made at Netwatch, Yorinobu made a deal involving the prototype relic, a biochip that stored the engrams of people's consciousness. This was considered Arasaka's greatest technological achievement. And this relic in particular happened to have the engram of Johnny Silverhand, an old enemy of his father, the guy who bombed Arasaka Tower. The real question of this whole deal, though, the nature of it, is never outright confirmed. It's kind of hard to really tie it all together. So, let's try and speculate a bit, based on what we know of Yorinobu. First and foremost, Yorinobu wants to destroy Arasaka. This hasn't changed. He certainly doesn't need money, and there's never any discussion between him and Netwatch, at least that we can find, that talks about payment like that. Evelyn is the one trying to sell the relic to Netwatch, not him, as we can find on the Netwatch terminal in the GIM. So wealth is not the motivator here. One could argue that the tech, in and of itself, has some sketchy things going on, just in how it was made. If an unethical bridge needed to be crossed, you can pretty much guarantee Arasaka would cross it. You could even argue that Mikoshi as a whole might be something Netwatch would be interested in accessing, as it's basically full of sort of AIs. But I think the main thing here isn't so much the relic tech, as it is Johnny's personality. And there's a couple avenues regarding Johnny's importance in the plot that I want to discuss. First, Johnny's engram is something the Voodoo Boys desperately want. They want to contact Alt Cunningham, and Johnny is the best way to do that with the least chance of getting immediately fried by Alt. Netwatch, on the other hand, wants to take out the Voodoo Boys. They want to stop them. The Voodoo Boys are playing around with the Black Wall. It's just not a good time for anybody. Perhaps Netwatch wanted Johnny instead, maybe to lure Alt out themselves, or to stop the Voodoo Boys from doing the same. So there's that. But also, so long as there's no other copies of Johnny lying around in Mikoshi, then Arasaka wouldn't be able to talk to Alt either. When I was looking a little deeper at it, there's actually an email from Netwatch to Yorinobu that basically shows that Netwatch didn't ask for Johnny Silverhand. They were actually like, why must Johnny Silverhand be on this biochip, after Yorinobu insisted on it. And Yorinobu says that he would tell them why. We don't really find out why. So, I don't know. Did Yorinobu know somehow that Johnny was key to contacting Alt? I don't know. That feels like it's on really shaky stilts as is right now. So maybe this theory isn't the most solid. All I can really do is speculate, and please, by all means, tell me what you think in the comments, because I'm trying to spin this out too. I'll get into more theories about the biochip and Johnny and everything in Saburo's video. I don't know, this is a puzzle, and I would love to hear what you guys think the real reason behind all of this is. There's no way Alt is just of interest to the Voodoo Boys and Netwatch alone. Alt was of great interest to Arasaka before her untimely death, and she's almost certainly of even more interest now in her AI form. One cannot deny that Alt is a very, very powerful entity. If one could shackle her, then you may very well have the whole net at your mercy. She did, after all, help create the Black Wall. Arasaka, given its motive of domination, would have jumped at the chance for this, I think, if they ever realized it. Maybe they already did, and they were working towards it. Whatever the truth, I do believe Yorinobu was doing what he thought was morally best. And I do think he enjoyed the idea of pissing off his dad on a more egotistical level. While he seems to have his heart in the right place, I think Yorinobu has a bit of a chip on his shoulder. Most rebel types kinda do. It's that level of egotism you need, I think, to be a proper rabble-rouser like Yorinobu. He's not unlike his dad in that way, of being like, fine, I'll prove you wrong, I'll do it myself. Saburo leaves Japan with Hanako, with the plan of confronting Yorinobu about this theft. Hanako did try to convince her father to let her do the talking, but her father denied her request. Hanako had been trying for years up to this point to get her brother to accept his role in their family. She tried to hold her father and brother together for decades, but that rope was frayed beyond repair. During this confrontation, Yorinobu snaps and strangles his father. Maybe his hatred had boiled over in this moment now that he had his father so close and so vulnerable. But maybe Yorinobu's fear of him had finally driven him to this point. Strangulation is a very personal and passionate way of taking someone out, and I think that this action went beyond just the level of father versus son. I think it was something much deeper. The reason why I think Yorinobu was mortally terrified of his father is not just because of the power his father wielded, but I think it's because Yorinobu knew that he was supposed to be a vessel for his father. That is what the ultimate purpose of the relic was. I don't think Yorinobu knew about this from the beginning, all the way back in his early 20s. I can't see his dad choosing to spring that on him, knowing how individualistic Yorinobu was. Maybe Hanako is the one who told her brother in hopes that maybe she could get him to accept his role as a vessel instead of fight it. This explains why Saburo forgave Yorinobu for all the things that he did and ultimately welcomed him back into the fold, especially after Kei died, because this was the last tissue-compatible male relative he had, the last proper host. I think Yorinobu knew that this was to be his ultimate fate, should he fail to destroy Arasaka in time, and he lashed out and killed his dad in a mix of desperation, terror, and hatred. After all, this discussion takes a very harsh turn, with Saburo more or less resolving to punish his son in an unspoken way. So, if Yorinobu didn't do what he did, who knows what would have happened? I could totally see Takamura at full strength taking out or neutralizing Atom Smasher if it came to blows. Saburo could easily just give Atom Smasher whatever he wants to look the other way while he took Yorinobu out of action. After the murder, Yorinobu scrambles for damage control, blaming a mystery murderer for poisoning his father. He gets rid of Takamura, a huge threat, by sending him on a goose chase that would lead him to V. In the meantime, Yorinobu would get a grip on the reins of Arasaka. He would fabricate a very flimsy story as to what happened to his father, a story that everybody, including Hanako, doubted from the get-go. But everybody was largely powerless to do anything against Yorinobu. In Hanako's case, what held her back was her love for her brother, or so she says. In charge of Arasaka at long last, Yorinobu wasted no time in changing Arasaka for the, in his mind, better. He removed facilities, changed plans that were long laid out, flipped countless people's lives upside down, determined to remove Arasaka from its seat of world power. He still did everything he could, however, to keep up the premise of mourning, of his innocence in his father's death. He organized a parade in memory of his father, with his sister, Hanako, as the celebration's centerpiece. So long as Hanako appeared on the side of her brother, the Kiji faction, the traditionalists of Arasaka, wouldn't have as nearly a compelling figurehead to rally behind. Now, Yorinobu promised a long time ago, as we know, to free his sister from the shackled life she lived under her father. He still intends to do that, and he cares very deeply about her safety and comfort. When Hanako expresses to him that she feels like his puppet, with the parade and all the public repping she's being told to do, Yorinobu tells her that, if she wants to stop, he would never force her to continue. And I do believe he's being sincere. He knows that Hanako does hold a lot of power, but he's not interested in being just like their father, directing her here and there and just expecting her to follow along. As much value as she may present to his role at the top of Arasaka, he values her as his sister far more. He himself was terrified of life as a puppet, a literal puppet. A literal meat puppet. And he's strongly against the world his father desired to create. I can't see Yorinobu wanting to repeat that with the person he holds most dear. After Hanako is kidnapped, Yorinobu sends Atom Smasher to get her back. And while Smasher's not the first person I would assign to a rescue crew, given his nature and also his name, he's definitely scary enough to make people think twice about taking Hanako again. Yorinobu makes a public statement, threatening death to whoever seeks to harm another member of the family. But Hanako doesn't see this as a rescue attempt. She sees it as a capture, an attack, and indeed she kinda is captured. Basically, Hanako is stuck under guard of her brother's men after she is retrieved. Once again, never allowed to be alone, and unable to leave Arasaka Manor for more than that visit to Embers. A visit that can last forever, depending on V's choices. Hanako feels, already, like she's under threat because of her brother. She is, again, a prisoner of somebody else in her family, all in a world that is rapidly changing from the Arasaka that she's always known. Hanako once swore to herself that when her father eventually died, she would live the way she wanted to. Yet now that her father was dead by murder at the hands of her brother, she was now being denied her chance to live the way she wanted to. I do think Yorinobu wanted to keep her safe, as well as to keep her away from those who wanted to use her politically, but all this did was backfire and make her determined to stop him. Even if it meant she'd be back in her golden cage, at least it would still be the same golden cage as before, not in a world where all there was of Arasaka was ashes. Also, with this bit of him taking away Hanako's freedom in an effort to give her, and I guess himself, a degree of freedom too, I'm kind of forced to ask, how important was Hanako's freedom to him in the end anyway? Was it more important than his own? Was it ever? In a way, in the shoes of the Arasaka CEO, which kind of makes me think of the giant robe that he's wearing at the end. It's like, it's way too big, but he's forced to be in this role where he now has to make these giant decisions that his father did. I can't help but look at it like, I think he does care about Hanako's freedom more than his own. It's just, he kind of feels like he has no other choice but to imprison his sister against his own promise to himself that he would never become this monster that his father was. And in that sense, he sort of sealed his own fate should you choose the devil ending. It's an unfortunate misunderstanding and lack of communication between Hanako and Yorinobu, but also I can't blame him for not communicating with Hanako because Hanako is brainwashed, in my opinion. So I doubt it would have made that much of a difference. I don't know, it's just, his whole story is just tragic. In the meantime, Yorinobu is trying to speedrun Arasaka's rapid decline. Yes, I said it, he's speedrunning rapid decline. He's really trying really hard right now. He knows. He can feel the walls closing in around him. His story is crumbling. It's basically nothing. There's people pursuing him. His sister is making her own plans. And I think he knows that Hanako is loyal to her father's memory, but I don't think he realized exactly that his dad was in Mikoshi. I feel like he would have destroyed it. Yorinobu makes a plan for a full military coup of the company, and this includes ordering his Taka faction to take out all the rival factions throughout Arasaka all across the world. It's full-blown civil war at this point. He's panicking and things are looking shaky as shit for him at the moment. Now, from here on out, there are two ways the story goes for Yorinobu. The first way is that he mostly succeeds in his mission. In every ending but the devil ending, he deals immense damage to Arasaka. While he doesn't entirely destroy the company, the corporation loses a lot of its former power and wealth, and its relic program falls apart. This bit regarding the fall of the relic program actually makes me wonder if Yorinobu did indeed know of his potential as a vessel, and if he is the one who put Johnny on the relic prototype. Maybe he did so both to annihilate the chip for his own safety, and also chose Johnny's engram as a middle finger to his dad. Johnny was a pain in the ass for Saburo. Probably not as much as Johnny believes he was, as we know that Johnny is not the most reliable narrator, but it would still be an extra dig that the chip would be wasted on Johnny, of all people. In these endings, however, Hanako also dies in her own failed coup that would have otherwise succeeded with V's involvement. And Yorinobu is pretty devastated. Despite everything, he loved his sister, and I'm sure he feels like he failed her in regards to giving her the freedom that he promised he would someday deliver her to. And in a way, death is sort of the only freedom she does get, considering what happens in the devil ending. And that's very dark, but it is the dark truth of Hanako Arasaka. In the devil ending, Yorinobu's life ends horribly in a twisted half-death. He is ultimately defeated, and by time V gets to him, he's on his knees, wearing a sweeping robe of black. It's not entirely unlike the posture and appearance of a samurai preparing for seppuku, but there's less of that ceremony that it's often depicted in art and whatnot. He's done. He's broken. Yorinobu has a gun by his side, but he says that the one bullet in it isn't for V, but he can't even pick it up to do what I'm sure he was intending to do with it. Yorinobu didn't enjoy any of what he did at the top of Arasaka. It was necessary, but it wasn't something he relished. Yorinobu doesn't ultimately take his life, but instead lays his head in his sister's lap. The lap of that person who was most precious to him, saying that she always appeared when things were at their worst, almost like she was always there to soothe him. She was the one saving grace and silver lining of any bad situation. As V staggers away after Hellman, Yorinobu tells Hanako that he is simply tired, and as she tells him to rest, she slips a familiar chip into his neck. I found somebody on YouTube who zoomed in and found this animation, which is otherwise really hard to see, and I'll put it on screen here with credit to the user. It's crazy. It's just like, there it is. But I love how the chip just kind of like goes woo up the screen when I guess the elevator goes down. That made me laugh. Eventually we see the results of this moment of defeat. Yorinobu's body is on the news, but it is his father's words that come out of his mouth. Saburo Arasaka announces that he has returned after Yorinobu gracefully handed over the reins of his flesh to his esteemed father. All of this occurred through the golden fingertips of his dear sister, who he came so close to delivering to ultimate freedom, alongside himself. But I don't want to end the ending discussion of this video with that, because in the Phantom Liberty ending, he gets a very fitting ending, one that's not unlike the star ending that V can get. By time 2079 rolls in, Yorinobu is kicked out of the company by the board, who identify him as an internal saboteur, and he runs away with a band of nomads. Maybe even his steel dragons, for all we know. And while he mourns the loss of his sister, he can at least live on as a more free man, with the knowledge that he did take Arasaka down more than a few pegs, even if he couldn't ultimately destroy it. Now, to end this video, I want to highlight just how important perspective is in Cyberpunk 2077, especially when it comes to Yorinobu. I mean, perspective is the most important narrative function in our brains. That's how we view the world, from our own perspectives, but I just love how Cyberpunk used that to both trick us, but also to make the game even more interesting on subsequent playthroughs. As V, we are the protagonist. As V, we seek to save ourselves, and find ourselves placed at odds with this guy who, as V always says with disgust, killed his own father. As V, we play as a character with a deep distaste for corpos. Whether we're nomad, street kid, or former corpos ourselves, V don't like them rich kids. And honestly, there's not a lot of in-game reasons to like them anyway. Not even Meredith, at least from our perspective as people in the streets. We see firsthand the damage corporate dominion does to everyday people. We see the huge canyon between rich and poor. We see the filth and death and violence in the streets. We see people struggling to survive in the dirt of Earth while people look down on them from space. We see how unfair life is for V, for Jackie, for Misty. Pretty much every character we can meet in this game is depicted in a tragic struggle against the world around them. And their stories almost always end with the city winning every time, and these people just end up at most taking the small comforts they can. Such is life. All V sees throughout their story and throughout their life is the people at the top. The people who keep people like them down in the dirt. And yeah, especially on a first playthrough, it's super easy to get caught up in that me versus you way of thinking. But it's only when we do the devil ending and go against our better judgment, when we side with the corpo machine, which predictably backfires, that we see Yorinobu is someone who's not all that different from V. Yorinobu may have been born in the lap of luxury, but he despised the corporate machine his father presented. We see someone who fought against great odds, seeking success at great personal risk. We see someone whose very soul is threatened throughout his story, if not just by the relic, but by the moral conflicts within himself. We see how Yorinobu reacts to killing his own father, too. He's not happy or cold about this. He's shocked. He's terrified, and he's like, oh god, what the fuck have I just done? That's because he's not a sociopath. He's not a saint either, but he's able to care. Yorinobu loses his father in Konpeki Tower regardless of how he felt about the man, and that's still, for any human, a horrible loss and experience. V fights great odds in search of their own version of success. V's soul is being torn apart, both by the love and loss that persists throughout their story, as well as the relic rewriting their very person. They're being jerked around, not sure of any of what they're doing, driven only by the drive to survive, but also torn by the limited decisions they face, the costs that they have. V lost Jackie at Konpeki Tower, their best friend, when they were so close to having everything. And then V loses their own life, only to get revived with Johnny in their head. Both V and Yorinobu desperately want to live, against all odds. And while sure, neither character ends up with their goal perfectly completed, considering Arasaka isn't exactly completely destroyed in any of these endings, and for V always loses something no matter what they choose. They still kind of get somewhere a little better in every ending but the devil ending. They both have their own possible star ending, where they flee with the nomads. And they can both lose everything and die in despair, together, in a way, in the devil ending. An ending where they are betrayed by the one person who could, if they wanted to, if they cared to, choose to help them. But instead, chose to make everything both these characters did all for naught. Yorinobu is not an evil person, just as V is not a saint. Both characters, in another world, another life, could have worked together. And they probably could have somehow succeeded in both of their goals, in the way that none of their endings as enemies ever do. They might have even been good friends. And that is a future that we will, unfortunately, never see. Such is the tragedy of history, even in speculative fiction. For a character as minor as T-Bug, there is certainly some elaborate ideas about who she really is, as well as the full extent of her role in the heist questline. And I think this is because T-Bug is a substantial character who was unfortunately pigeonholed into an insubstantial role, largely due to the late-stage erasure of her plot relevance in Cyberpunk 2077. This isn't necessarily a bad thing because content inevitably gets cut and characters get rewritten. This is just a natural part of the creative process. But when that process is left unfinished, you can really feel the gaps in stories for characters like T-Bug. While I do think that the T-Bug we get in Cyberpunk 2077 is just who she presents herself as in, I don't think there's any grand conspiracies to her, I also believe that a large chunk of the theories that I have seen circulating about her are onto something. We can see strong hints throughout the final game and its development cycle that the T-Bug we know is incredibly different from the T-Bug that we got. In exhuming the bones of this previous T-Bug, we see more than just interesting trivia hidden within the game's foundations. Rather, we can more fully understand the value of the layers of how a story is constructed, and how the human brain, whether or not we actively realize it, always notices old scars from the editing process that were, unfortunately, not given time to heal. First things first, we are going to take a look at who T-Bug is as we see her in Cyberpunk 2077. And sadly, there is not very much to go on. Our first potential look at T-Bug's past is through Rhino's Humans of Night City interview that you can find on CDPR's website. Rhino discusses her past work with a netrunner who always talked about retiring to an island in Greece, who also happened to be from Pacifica. Odds are this unnamed runner is probably T-Bug. In the same interview, Rhino describes a gig gone wrong in Pacifica that resulted in stirring the hornet's nest of the gangs of the district, as well as their fixer vanishing and leaving them to fend for themselves. If we put any stock in this interview, it's very likely that what is being described here is Dexter Deshawn's infamous Pacifica blow-up. The very job that ruined his career, sending him fleeing for the literal stars to escape the gang war that he had accidentally started. In 2077, prior to the heist questline, Dexter tells V that he owes T-Bug. We don't know exactly what he owes her or why, but I can't help but wonder if T-Bug perhaps helped Dex escape. For the next couple years, Bug continued her work as a mercenary, eventually teaming up with Jackie and V a number of times. T-Bug would always keep them at arm's length, never wanting to have anything more than a professional relationship with the mercenaries she worked with. But this didn't stop her from sharing her love for classical philosophy. This is one of T-Bug's more distinct traits, revealing a more scholarly side to this netrunner. I think T-Bug's love for philosophy is one of the few remaining traits from her original concept. One quote that she says is, "Everything we hear is an opinion, not a fact," which she then says, "Marcus Aurelius, I believe." I think this is T-Bug's rare sense of humor, because there's a lot of scholarly debate about who actually said this quote, and a lot of experts believe it was not Marcus Aurelius who said it. Considering the context of the quote, and the way she attributes it to him with that "I believe," I think is meant to be her attempt at a punchline. This is probably the friendliest we see her with Jackie and V, and it's actually kind of sad. I think Bug just wishes that someone would understand her jokes, or that she had people she could just talk to, and a V with a high enough cool rating can encourage her to share more philosophy. I kind of believe that T-Bug is actually very lonely, because she's lived so cautiously for so long in order to stay alive. It's through T-Bug that Dexter Deshawn arranges a meeting with Jackie and V, recruiting them for the Evelyn Parker heist gig. As T-Bug is one of the few netrunners that Dexter has somewhat of a working relationship with. Which I will say, if Humans of Night City is in fact about T-Bug, it's a little weird that she would want to work with him again, especially after such a disaster. This could be a hiccup in the plot, or maybe there is information that we just don't know, as I think for this part of the plot it may have been decided that the reasoning was no longer relevant in the final version of Cyberpunk's story. We meet T-Bug in person the first and only time in a dingy back room at the Afterlife. Sealed up in a soundproof booth, it is here that the final plan for the heist is settled. The fact that V and Jackie have never even glimpsed her in person is just another symptom of Bug's extreme caution. She has spent so much time and energy to keep herself safe. It says a lot about how invested in this job that she is physically there. After Dexter Deshawn leaves the meeting, V can then ask T-Bug a little bit more about what she wants out of this heist, and even thank her for her help on previous missions. T-Bug is polite, but you can tell she doesn't do her work for gratitude. She reveals her plan to get out of Night City for good, with her sights set on a sleepy retirement on a Greek beach. When V jokes about exchanging postcards, Bug is frank with them and admits that she will be cutting ties with everyone in order to start her new life. Which, to be honest, I totally understand, because T-Bug has spent so much time and energy working towards her goal of leaving Night City. She has purposefully never gotten attached to people so she could keep her focus. Maybe philosophy actually helped her stay sane in Night City after seeing countless people around her get wiped out. Either way, T-Bug, V, and Jackie nearly carry out this heist with flying colors. Nearly. On the way to the plaza, T-Bug says a quote from Aristotle: "The greatest crimes issue from a desire for excess, and not from necessity." This line almost feels like it's supposed to be said in a way that savors the group's expected success. Everybody except maybe V is eager because they're right on the cusp of wealth and fame. For T-Bug and Jackie, they're about to achieve their dreams. But this only serves as a sour hint towards the grim fate awaiting the trio at the top of Konpeki Plaza. T-Bug helps Jackie and V through the tower, only to be fried when Arasaka countermeasures flood the tower network, after being set on lockdown after the surprise murder of Saburo Arasaka. We find out from the owner of the net running shop that T-Bug can actually send us to as part of the early game net running tutorial bit, that she was found dead in her apartment with her nervous system fried. It's actually really easy to miss this line. In regard to Bug's method of death, some people think she was soul-killed. I personally don't think she was, and that's mostly because Soulkiller, even in its earliest renditions, at least leaves the body temporarily alive while wiping out the brain. In Bug's case, according to that easily missable dialogue option with the owner of the Netrunner shop, her nervous system was entirely fried, which to me implies literally electrically fried, meaning she was dead. Granted, if it was Soulkiller, maybe her body died after being left alone for who knows how long, but insofar as I know, if your entire nervous system is fried, brain stem included, your functions are also gonna have to cease, I think. I'm not a neurologist, so I could be wrong. I also just don't think Arasaka would risk having that platform deployed in their subnet for potential enemy runners to witness. It feels a little risky because it's a valuable weapon. Maybe I'm wrong, but Soulkiller for me just doesn't add up. Some people also theorize that Bug escaped, and I also don't believe this. Maybe in a past version of the story, she would've, but the Bug in this version of the story is not as skilled as she may have thought she was. We can see this in how many hours it took her to crack the tower network, and how exhausted and stressed she sounds after the fact. I think, like Jackie, she bit off more than she could chew, and she paid the price. I think in the end, this is the point they decided to make with her character. Just another casualty of trying to get out of Night City and believing they were better than they actually were. And that is that. That is the actual end of T-Bug's story, and I don't think she's ever mentioned again. I don't think T-Bug even gets a columbarium entry. She's kind of just forgotten and swept under the rug. You could argue that this is sort of realistic. In Night City, people die every day. I'm sure this isn't the first merc that Jackie and V have worked with that has been flatlined on the job. But the thing with how T-Bug's story is handled is that it just feels awkwardly blunt. And sometimes a blunt ending in a story is the result of a plotline that couldn't, despite intentions to the contrary, be fully told. And I think that in T-Bug's case, this is one of those unfortunate times. The first time T-Bug was introduced was during the 2018 Cyberpunk 2077 E3 trailer, where you can see her briefly taking out an Arasaka corpo. While we can't exactly view this as canon, what's interesting is the marketing that included T-Bug. She appears in the gameplay demo of the same year, and perhaps most interestingly and most prominently in the 2019 E3 cinematic trailer, where instead of being dead from the events of the Konpeki heist, T-Bug is very much alive. And also, she seems to betray V in favor of Dexter Deshawn. The other thing too that I think is interesting is the fact that T-Bug had a cosplay guide at this time, which doesn't seem that interesting, but I used to do a degree of professional cosplay before I did YouTube. And usually, companies don't release cosplay guides for really minor side characters like T-Bug. And the cover of this cosplay guide also includes T-Bug holding her jacket, which we cannot see in the final game, and this is the same jacket she wears in the cinematic trailer, and in my head, to me, that means that at that point when they made the cosplay guide, T-Bug did have a more prominent role in the story, she had a slightly more unique design compared to some other netrunners. But now, if you go to CDPR's website and look at all the cosplay guides they have for Cyberpunk characters, they no longer have T-Bug up there, unless I missed it. It's such a small thing, and it could just be nothing, but to me that stands out. Bug was a noticeable part of the game's promotion, and the way that she was used in the marketing implies that she had more of a presence in the final game, or at least one that would stick. Of course, T-Bug's prominent featuring in the 2019 trailer could just be something that was included to not fully disclose the full story of Cyberpunk. But if that was the intention, it feels odd that they would choose to portray one of the most important story moments of the whole game, V's murder and then revival with Keanu Reeves in their head. If anything, it would make more sense if they didn't have T-Bug in the trailer. It would feel weird to just add somebody betraying you and then having them in the game not. Versus the other way around, where it would make more sense taking somebody out who would be key in a betrayal to hide the spoiler. It's that kind of logic that makes me think that T-Bug was in fact intended to betray you right there, but something changed. And last but not least of the points that I want to mention about T-Bug's development is her initial concept design. I think it's important to always take note of concept art and character design, as they are a medium for telling a story. And T-Bug's initial design bears a lot of similarities to the same style used by the Voodoo Boys, specifically their netrunners. There's similar layering of jewelry and clothing, as well as some markings that resemble Voodoo Boy Loa marks. The presence of this design faded throughout development, to the point where all that was left was T-Bug's jacket, as we see in the cinematic trailer. By the time the game was released, even that was gone, and I will say I'm kind of sad about that because the jacket was cool. But my overall point with all the things that I've mentioned in this section is that there are some strong signs that T-Bug was meant to have a lot more depth than she ended up having, and that she was not meant to be forgotten just for the convenience of the plot. The one thing that I do think is certain about T-Bug's initial story is that she was going to betray Jackie and V. The setup of her past with Dexter Deshawn, as well as her talking with him alone in the afterlife, combined with her aloofness, all hint towards a more ruthless side, perhaps hidden motives. It was a great setup for that kind of twist anyway. One other thing to note about T-Bug's professional interactions with Jackie and V is that they feel a little warmer after they begin the heist job. And while in the final game, I think this can be safely attributed to nerves or excitement for their dreams coming true, it can also be seen as a touch manipulative depending on how you frame it. If T-Bug was intending to betray them in original iterations of the story, this would fit. And I also think that T-Bug was initially meant to be a voodoo boy, or at least a past member of the gang. As a netrunner and Pacifica native, she would have, at the very least, had to have had run-ins with the gang. Her design is one of the major things that makes me think there is a connection here, but even I'll be the first to admit, I could be wrong. Part of me even wonders if Dex's disastrous job that set off that gang war in Pacifica was a gig from the Voodoo Boys, who framed their desire for a gang war as a simple theft job. Maybe the Voodoo Boys sent T-Bug to Dex under the guise of trying to help him, when her true purpose was to ensure that this gig went exactly how the Voodoo Boys wanted it to go. According to Rhino, this gig particularly antagonized the animals, who are the #1 rivals in Pacifica to the Voodoo Boys. From what I could find in the lore, the Voodoo Boys didn't gain the power they hold over Coastview all that long before 2077, and this period of unrest with the gang war that Dexter Deshawn apparently started could have been when they seized more power. Maybe this was when they moved into Batty's hotel. I also just think it would be very funny and fitting if Dexter had just been played this whole time. I also can't help but wonder that if T-Bug was in fact intended to be a voodoo boy, was she potentially a plant in the heist gig to ensure the Voodoo Boys got the relic? It always seemed a bit odd to me that the Voodoo Boys apparently didn't know that Evelyn was planning a heist, even after we see a brain dance of Maman Brigitte regarding that Evelyn is too smart for her own good. It just strikes me as a remark that doesn't get said and just thrown away, and I feel like initially, the Voodoo Boys had kept an eye on Evelyn in the same way that they kept an eye on V when V was in the GIM. I doubt that was the first time that the Voodoo Boys decided to supervise an outsider. In fact, the whole setup of Evelyn's heist is the perfect cover for the Voodoo Boys to get the relic, rather than them planning their own. Evelyn was deliberately planning this behind their back, and she assumed that they had no idea. If the Voodoo Boys had been watching Evelyn, I doubt that she ever would have figured it out. With Bug there to secure the relic before Dex or Evelyn could sell it to the highest bidder, the Voodoo Boys would almost certainly get the relic. It would make Evelyn's fate even more brutal, because that meant that she was truly and completely played from the start. And it would better tie in the Voodoo Boys, a faction that is extremely and uniquely fleshed out, to the grander scheme of the story. In the final game, at least for me, considering the amount of work that went into creating the Voodoo Boys, they almost feel sort of wasted. Granted, maybe they just went really hard with the world building in Pacifica, but it does seem a little odd that if you look at the Voodoo Boys in the tabletop version of Cyberpunk, they are completely different from the 2077 version of the Voodoo Boys. It's really interesting. It feels like the kind of change that you would make only if you intended to actually use this faction for something more than just a couple quests. I think in this potential timeline, T-Bug was a very capable netrunner, as one of the primary types of gigs that Voodoo Boys do involves breaking into corporate data forts or subnets. It's dangerous work that few specialize in, and the Voodoo Boys are one of the few. I think Bug would have stayed on the line with V and Jackie for as long as was safe for her to do so, solely to help preserve the relic so she could nab it. I also think that T-Bug's goal to take the relic and give it to the Voodoo Boys would also exclude Dex. I don't think Dex would have been made privy to this plan, because I think Dex's #1 motivation is money, and the Voodoo Boys don't want the relic for money purposes. They certainly would not be giving him as big a paycheck as, let's say, Netwatch would. And so I do think that T-Bug was initially meant to be in the no-tell motel, waiting to potentially betray everybody in order for her to get the relic. But as we see in the trailer's events, this does not go as planned, and T-Bug gets shot in the face. Now, whether T-Bug would have died in this motel room or not, I am not sure. On one hand, at least her story ends here in a more final way, with her betrayal still being impactful. Maybe we would have found out about her true allegiance further down the line as we got closer to the Voodoo Boys. Or maybe she would have somehow survived, with terrible injuries and disfigurement, of course. Maybe the tension that we feel with Placide in the Voodoo Boys questline was a tension that was maybe meant to be felt towards seeing T-Bug again. After all, it would have been a compelling reason to choose a more violent end to the gang, on top of being used and fooled by them. Maybe Bug would have expressed regret about Jackie's death and how badly everything went. Maybe we would have had the option to show forgiveness and let her go to Greece and live her dream. Or maybe T-Bug was intending to betray the Voodoo Boys too. Maybe she planned on selling the relic to Netwatch, so she could flee to Greece and live out her dream for the rest of her days, only to then get fried by Netwatch, or maybe the Voodoo Boys a la Evelyn. I'll be the first to admit that this is all speculation, but T-Bug would have been the perfect thread to bind the Voodoo Boys more snugly to the main storyline, as well as be a compelling point on V's journey as a character. Do we take revenge on T-Bug, or do we let her go? I like the idea of T-Bug potentially living on and eventually going to the place of her dreams, only for that trip to be spoiled by the guilt that racks her. It would hit particularly nicely, especially if you could argue that T-Bug was genuinely developing some friendship feelings for Jackie and V. It would be fun to argue if this was her being manipulative or if this was genuine. Ambiguity, when done correctly, can be awesome, or in the case that we find her dead in her net-running chair, fried. We could at least get some very deep closure for a character who was willing to sacrifice everything to escape Night City, only to be completely wiped out because of it. But it's just such a shame that instead of this neatly surged plotline, whatever it could have been, we got a frayed edge instead. Could my whole theory be wrong? Absolutely, and I am willing to say it's likely. The only way to really know the full story of T-Bug is to have been a fly on the wall of that writer's room. But the point of me presenting my theory isn't to change what you might think of T-Bug, or to convince you of what her initial story was. In fact, if you want to, I want you to tear this theory I've presented apart, or post your own theory. Go nuts. Aside from the fact that that is always a genuinely fun discussion to have, the existence of all of these theories that pertain to T-Bug and who she was supposed to be is the point of this video. The sensation of blunt erasure in a story can worm its way into our heads far more effectively than a well-written mystery, with hints appropriately peppered throughout a huge story. Our brains are question-asking, answer-seeking generators. And while sometimes this can take us in completely off-base and pointless directions, a lot of the time, questions like who T-Bug was don't come from just a random place. A lot of the time, these questions do come from our brains, noticing abnormalities in patterns. And stories are patterns. There is a science behind it. For me, T-Bug's existence is almost like a parallel universe situation, where the two layers of her are sort of struggling to coexist, where only one can. This sort of phenomenon is present throughout a number of quests and characters that we encounter throughout Cyberpunk 2077. And this is largely due to the many plot surgeries that occurred late in development, where all there was time for was band-aid solutions. When a story is gutted and amputated and then stitched back together, the scars on that literary corpse are very obvious. And that's normal. because that's part of the creative process. Writing is rewriting, to quote Stephen King. For the majority of creative people, even the most skilled creators, the first draft is never the last. And because of that, the layers of revisions and polishing that follow are essential for blending each group of changes into the overall story. That time period is essential, even if it might be the most boring. Good things take time. Without enough time and care to let the stitching and suturing of the drafting process heal, changes and cuts and additions can stick out like a sore thumb. Time is money, people say, and this is why many things in our modern society are rushed to market before completion. While sure, it might cost more money the more time you put into something, the more time you put into something can make something worth more money. And stories are all about investment of a particular resource that you cannot buy, and that is time. Maybe if T-Bug had held herself back, just for a few more years, and worked smarter, not harder, perhaps her dream of Greece would not have become a tragedy. I suppose you could say the same for her overall story, but unfortunately, we will never know the whole truth. Perhaps this could inspire someone to tell a story all their own, inspired by a desire to fill in these blanks. It's just a shame that whoever this character was before was buried in a shallow grave. And I almost feel like T-Bug herself has the answer for why this happened. As this netrunner once said, the greatest crimes issue from a desire for excess, and not from necessity. Who doesn't love the story of a rebel, or an underdog, even a dangerous girl? I think most of us do, which is why it's a shame that we didn't get to see more than one single scene involving Michiko Arasaka in Cyberpunk 2077, the only known grandchild of Saburo Arasaka and one of the family's most fascinating characters. And yes, the ex of Adam Smasher. But believe it or not, that's the least interesting thing about her. And today, we will be taking a deep dive into some cyberpunk tabletop lore to really get to know this clever and remarkable character. Hello, and welcome to Shaped by Stories, where we discuss how and why our favorite stories shape our own. Let's get into it. Michiko was born in Night City in the late 2000s, to Kei Arasaka and an unnamed American mother. Knowledge of her existence was on a need-to-know basis, both due to Kei's own father's expected misgivings with a half-American grandchild, as well as to keep Michiko safe from Kei's enemies. While Michiko was kept in the dark about much of the doings and goings-on of Arasaka, her father was the CEO of that very company. He knew that a target would be on his daughter's back the moment someone discovered her, and he didn't want her to be used against him. In a way, Michiko isn't unlike her aunt, Hanako, in the matter of her upbringing. Both women were cloistered away from a young age, very precious to their respective fathers. But her father spent most of his time away from her. But this didn't mean Michiko lacked for a father figure. Kei Arasaka employed one of Arasaka's top solos as his daughter's bodyguard, Kenichi Zaburo. And if you think Adam Smasher is frightening, apparently Kenichi is on another level. He's considered the only person who could stand toe-to-toe with Morgan Blackhand, and potentially exceed him in power. Nobody was gonna touch Michiko under his watch, and he continued to watch over her well into her adulthood, long after the death of Kei Arasaka in 2023, in the midst of the Fourth Corporate War. With her father gone, Michiko started to learn more about Arasaka's dark side, though she still remained mostly out of the loop in the United States. Despite technically being an Arasaka, she was on the outside of the family. Michiko grew up American, like her mother, and this was the only culture she really knew. It was almost certainly a challenge for her to try and reconcile the countless people who hated her for what her family name was, but also the fact that she knew next to nothing about what went on in the company for most of her life up until that point. The war came to an end in 2025, and Arasaka was blamed for much of its atrocities. The NUSA president at this time, Elizabeth Kress, was a former Militech CEO, and she took advantage of this national outrage to oust their primary competitor from the country on a legal level. Michiko, 17 at this time, and despite her American citizenship, was about to be deported. But Michiko was unwilling to leave the only land she'd ever known for Japan. While Michiko was sheltered growing up, she wasn't a complete secret from the public at this point. She actually had a following and thousands of fans. Utilizing that fame, her intelligence, and her good looks, she gained enough star power to meet with President Kress. And miraculously, this meeting was sort of a success. Not so much for Arasaka, but for Michiko. Much of what was said in this meeting was kept secret, the public believing that Michiko had simply apologized on behalf of her family, with enough charm and sincerity to gain the sympathy of the president. This is why she was then allowed to stay and finish her schooling on American soil. But the reality of that discussion is quite different. President Kress struck a deal with young Michiko Arasaka. In exchange for her continued citizenship, she was expected to help dismantle and eliminate any Arasaka operations in the country. Michiko eventually graduated high school and was accepted into Stanford, where she studied criminology. And this is an important thing to note for what I'm about to say, and also for the next section after this one, but in a session of Cyberpunk 2020, led by Mike Pondsmith, Michiko Arasaka goes on a bender on her 18th birthday with her bodyguard, Kenichi Zaburo. Some shit happens, as tends to happen in tabletop games. It is not a proper game if there's no shenanigans. Well, in the events of this session, dubbed by Mike Pondsmith Michiko's Night Out, she more or less gets it on with Adam Smasher, or at least just briefly dates him. Adam smashes her. Also, another thing too, Mike Pondsmith says that Adam Smasher has a cyborg body he uses when he's not smashing in his standard way that looks just like a young blonde Elvis. In fact, apparently he has multiple bodies, but this one in particular was the one featured in Michiko's Night Out. And of course, Adam Smasher was as gentlemanly as he could possibly be with Michiko. She is his boss's granddaughter after all. I heard another rumor, I don't know if this is true or not, that apparently Mike Pondsmith or somebody wanted to run a sequel session to this where Michiko has to figure out how she's gonna break up with Adam Smasher, and I'm like, oh my god. A lot of people actually think it's Hanako who dated Adam Smasher, but no, it was actually Michiko. It's hilarious because with Michiko and Adam Smasher, you're kind of just left to wonder, isn't he a psychopath? And isn't she a criminologist? But then you stop and think, is that why they hooked up? Like, maybe Michiko's actually quite screwed up herself in the Dexter sort of way. Not Dexter Deshawn, like Dexter the show. And that's why she chose the field she chose. I'm wondering a lot of things. And apparently Gemini suits can come with the Mr. Stud, so... It's not technically canon at this moment, it's sort of in canon limbo. From what I've read, they're sort of trying to work it into the timeline. I hope it is canon. Like, I guess it does take a crazy messed up person to know a crazy messed up person like that, kinda? And based on what she actually ends up doing throughout her story that is canon, her getting with Smasher definitely checks out. She's definitely a character who marches to the beat of her own drum, and I absolutely love that. Also, last thing, Mike Pondsmith describes Michiko as Battle Angel Alita crossed with a Mad Girl Genius, which, you know, we could totally just end the video on that descriptor because it is pretty, yeah, like, but her story is too interesting, so we're gonna keep going. After graduating Stanford, Michiko's life became quite packed, specifically throughout the 2030s. First of all, she started her own private investigation and security company called Danger Girl in Night City. And Danger Girl is so awesome, and we were robbed of it in 2077. The aesthetic, the look, the vibe. I'm mad. The logo is so cute. Like, look at it. It looks so innocent, but like any cat, it would claw your eyes out. Kind of like Michiko in a way, who was known to weaponize, especially as the CEO of Danger Girl, an outward persona of naivete and cuteness and semi-ditziness to mask the clever CEO within. The operatives of Danger Girl, like the Puma Squad, wear tactical armor with tactical armor cat ears. Their look is very kitsch and aesthetic, sort of like the Mox, but with heavier armor. There's also this ad for the company that says, "Little detective, big gun. The bad guys never see us coming," and I love it. Some people in-universe would scoff at Danger Girl for this motto and presentation, but with Michiko's remarkable intellect, charisma, and growing mastery of criminology, she catapulted her company to the heights of success. She was always in the top circles wherever she traveled, attending the most exclusive parties and rubbing elbows with the rich and famous and powerful. The people who could afford the top of industry work that Danger Girl offered. And Danger Girl had quite the rep before long. No matter the gig, they did their work with the utmost effectiveness, and Michiko even got a seat on the Night City Council due to her company's success. Like, yes, Michiko was born into wealth and privilege as an Arasaka, but she was on the outside. She was the underdog. I doubt her grandfather really helped her out with this. She managed to finesse the NUSA president, she managed to stick around in the States, and she managed to start her own company and skyrocket it. Yeah, sure, she's chaotic, but like, you can't knock this girl's accomplishments. Michiko actually met her husband, Mark Sanderson, while working a, quote, particularly exciting case with him for Danger Girl. And, you know, given her potential history with Adam Smasher and her general chaotic vibe, I'm just like, define particularly exciting. I want to know. And also, what Mark is like, because we don't know much about Mark, but Michiko did take his surname, and up to 2077, insofar as we know, she's still known as Michiko Sanderson. She's still with good old Mark. As Michiko grew older, she still weaponized her persona of naivete and sort of cuteness, but she grew into it more maturely. The way she's described is almost like a femme fatale kind of deal. She can turn on and off that persona like a switch, and she can actually be very scary when she's serious. But by the sounds of it, she does genuinely enjoy the work that she does. However, the one main thing about Danger Girl is that all the PI stuff, all the security stuff, was just a front, even if it was one that the company was really dedicated to and took very seriously. Danger Girl, in reality, served as an anti-Arasaka operation, using money funneled from President Kress, as well as from their successful business ventures. Michiko was able to neutralize countless Arasaka operations nationwide. She was making good on her promise to President Kress. But another important thing occurred around this time too, just before the start of Danger Girl. Arasaka began to fracture into 3 different factions, with the Taka radicalists grouping under Yorinobu, the Kiji traditionalists falling under Hanako's banner, and, lastly, the Hato faction, asking for Michiko to be their head. At the time, Michiko wasn't as into this at first, as she wasn't really involved in Arasaka on both professional and familial level. But Hato, although the smallest faction of the 3, was the one faction that wanted to see some really dramatic reforms in Arasaka's business model. They were the progressive faction, or as progressive as Arasaka could be. Even if Michiko didn't really care much about this, at the very least, it surely did give her a bit of an ear to the ground when it came to her family's activities in NUSA territory. So, to explain this next part of Michiko's story, I have to take us all back. We're rewinding to August 20th, 2023. Yes, that very night that Johnny Silverhand nuked Arasaka Tower, and that's not actually exactly what happened. Johnny's memories, as we see in 2077, are very different when compared to the more trustworthy accounts of the same events that you can find in the tabletop. And if you look at the lore version of the fall of Arasaka Tower, Johnny isn't even the guy who planted the bomb. That actually wasn't even his job. And what he did at the tower in lore is very different from what we see through his engram. Even Alt in 2077 remarks at how unreliable Johnny's memories are. The nuking of Arasaka Tower was actually a Militech plot involving multiple strike teams, where rather than Johnny being the head of this operation, his team was actually just supposed to be a distraction. The real tactical nuclear device, supplied by Militech, was not, insofar as I can find, even involved with Johnny. That was supposed to be someone else's job, someone on Strike Team Beta, not Johnny's Strike Team Alpha. I mean, maybe Johnny did sneak his own bomb in, and that's the bomb that ended up going off, but the accounts are conflicting here. The idea was to set off the tactical nuke in an underground bunker section that held Soulkiller, destroying it, but containing much of the damage to that small area. But something went wrong, and the Militech nuke went off on the 120th floor. Lots of people died. Many were injured. Lots of destruction. It was a mess. The blast actually caused sunrises and sunsets to glow an ominous red for many years after this event, this period becoming known as the Time of the Red. I'm actually reminded of that sunset that we see throughout the bar windows at the Atlantis when it's red, but that flashback is supposed to take place before the big explosion that was supposed to make the sunsets and sunrises red, so that's why I'm like, Johnny, how much of this is accurate? Like, I have many questions. Anyway, President Crest knew she had to do the old damage control. If people found out it was a Militech explosive that blew up the building, that wouldn't be good for business or politics in the NUSA. So yeah, she blamed Arasaka for the blast, saying they blew themselves up to stop Militech from taking the tower. Who knows, maybe Arasaka did set off the bomb, ultimately. The actual events on that floor at that moment are a mystery. But there is some truth to Arasaka having their own explosives in the tower, and Arasaka's thermonuclear device was even more powerful than the one employed by Militech that night. It was actually in the tower, below it, during that very assault. In previous timelines of Cyberpunk, this is the nuke that went off, but now, in the updated Cyberpunk Red timeline, where you can read more about all the events I'm discussing, it did not go off. Arasaka eventually tried to find that bomb in the ruins, curious about whose explosive actually went off, but they were beat by a certain Samantha Stevens, a fan of Johnny Silverhand. She was able to lug the bomb out of the ruins, as well as Johnny's body. She actually then proceeded to dump the bomb in Del Coronado Bay and put Johnny's body in its casing. Now, this is where Michiko comes in. Sometime in the 2040s, Michiko caught wind of some edgerunners who located the bomb. Specifically, its casing. The actual bomb was not in the case, but by the sounds of it, they didn't realize that. Michiko stopped them as they were transporting it to New Mexico, explaining what was in the case, and explaining her own sense of guilt in what occurred that one night in Arasaka Tower. In this instance, she actually drops her cutesy exterior when they give her the trigger codes, and she's dead serious about making sure that bomb does not go off. She helps out the Solos in delivering it to where it needs to go, when she's sure they don't want to blow it up either, or so she says, and then leaves them be. And I'll admit, this last part, especially if the crate actually contains Johnny's body, which apparently was confirmed by Mike Pondsmith, that basically says that, number one, Johnny's body is not in the oil fields. That was a lie. His body was taken to the Los Alamos labs in New Mexico, and after that, we don't know. And also, according to Mike Pondsmith, somebody else in universe has that bomb. But we will not know until that veil of mystery is lifted. All of this leads me to question, did Michiko know that that was not the bomb in the case? Did she know it was Johnny's body? I definitely think she knew, but she was going along with the idea of it being a bomb. Maybe once she got the trigger codes, she just escorted them to the Los Alamos labs to make sure that they didn't discover that, yeah, there's no bomb in there, and that they'd given the codes to somebody else who maybe does know where the actual bomb is. Michiko is chaotic and very well informed in her own right, and I'm kind of wondering, does she have the bomb? Let me know what you think about that in the comments below, especially tabletop players, because I'm sure you guys are far better theorists about this than I am. But she was definitely up to something, and I especially think she's up to something when you consider her later reverse role on Arasaka's board of directors. Sometime following 2045, Michiko got more involved with the Hato faction, and even joined Arasaka's board of directors. We don't know exactly how or why Michiko became involved with her family, but at this point, the NUSA has a new president, and Night City isn't exactly under NUSA jurisdiction anymore. I don't think Rosalind Myers can use deportation as a threat towards Michiko. We don't know exactly where that deal stands. Maybe Michiko finding the bomb casing and maybe knowing where the bomb is led to her concluding that it was a Militech explosive that destroyed the towers that day. Maybe she's been using that info to twist things around with her deal with the president. Or maybe she's working with Rosalind Myers and playing Arasaka in favor of Militech? One thought that I've had is that if Michiko really is working with Militech still, and we've all probably heard the theories about Militech being the organization that supported the heist that would lead to the Emperor's death, the heist that involved the Flathead, T-Bug having that Militech training sim, Oleg Darkovich probably being an NUSA agent. Maybe Michiko is sort of in on the heist in a way, and I realize that is a theory that requires a lot more exploration, but I think it's very possible. I do see Michiko as being far more of a capable manipulator than Yorinobu is. As smart as Yorinobu is, I feel like Michiko could run circles around him somehow, and I'm like, I have to explore this idea. I really wish we knew more about what happened between the events of 2045 and 2077 that led to Michiko getting in with her family, because it's kind of a crazy jump. Michiko going from working against her family to then being on the board of the family company that she was working against. There's a lot that could have happened in that gap of time, and I would love to someday know more. Michiko has next to no role in the actual events of Cyberpunk 2077. Maybe Danger Girl is referenced on a shard somewhere, but we can't work with them or find their headquarters insofar as I know. V can meet and save Michiko's life in the Devil ending when we go with Hanako to facilitate a scolding of the board by Saburo Arasaka's engram. Michiko is at first reluctant to believe that her uncle is a traitor, at least openly, but she does eventually go along with her grandfather's orders. And this part is really interesting, considering how Kei always feared Saburo would despise his half-American grandchild. I want to know what happened that led to Michiko getting a seat on the board of his company. Like, how did that relationship get to that level? Was it just pure nepotism? Maybe Michiko is sort of like Yorinobu. She's certainly an individualistic character, and she's done some radical things herself. Maybe she was willingly siding with Yorinobu and willing to look the other way while he caused his chaos. But once her grandfather's engram appeared, she gave up the jig and just went along with the winning side so she could live to fight another day. The Hato faction is one of reform, and maybe she'll take a different approach to change. But who knows? She doesn't seem to die in any of the endings. Maybe she'll feature heavily in the next Cyberpunk game. While Michiko barely appears in 2077, which is a damn shame, she's the most interesting Arasaka, just based on the sheer variety of her resume. Like PI, Corpo Princess, Atom Smasher's ex, criminologist, CEO. If you cheat on me, you're cheating on my dad, Arasaka's most deadly cyber ninja. Like, what the hell? Her bodyguard is stronger than Atom Smasher if you look at the lore. She and her story is so cool. And I wish that there was more of her in 2077. But also, I have to note, she looks just like Lizzie Wizzy, and I know that they probably just reused assets, but like when you look at this, like, somebody on Reddit did like a comparison, and it's pretty bang on. I'm sort of disappointed by her final design. I mean, yes, styles change as you get older, but her design in red and all the art that goes with it, 10 out of 10, I love it. Kinda wish they'd stuck with it. It would have stood out a lot when you stand her next to Hanako. Also, her wearing black while Takamura and Hanako are in white, that would be really cool too. Could show her different values and motivations even in a symbolic level, but oh well. In a world of bad drivers, there is one AI holding it all together in Night City. And no, it's not Brendan, but rest in peace, Brendan. Delmain, his name meaning of the hand in French, truly does give V an important hand in their most dire moments. It's easy to forget just how important this collection of numbers and programs is to the overall story of V. And to some, Del might just be a likable plot device, an AI who simply needs us to clean his clock, just to serve as some padding for the story. But Del is a lot more complex than meets the eye. What we see is just the tip of the iceberg. His story may be short, but it opens us up to the discussion and debate of just because AIs could be even better workers than us, does that make that huge, potentially life-benefiting change at all worth the risk? Hi, it's Liddy, and welcome to Shaped by Stories, where we unpack how characters shape stories and how those stories shape us. Let's get into it. Delmain was, at least officially, created by the German company Alte Weltordnung. That's my attempt at German, I'm so sorry. Which, when translated to English, means Old World Order. Which is an interesting name choice, right? Delmain was purchased by the floundering Delmain Cab Corporation some point prior to 2077. The company was dealing with the financial consequences of Night City's numerous bad drivers, and all the lawsuits, damages, and the costs of operating as a result. Delmain was meant to iron out all these kinks and increase productivity and profitability. His programming made him highly adaptable and independent, and to the Delmain Corporation, this was the medicine they needed. At first, Del was a saving grace. He turned the company right around. But soon enough, he was doing what a lot of people in our present day fear will happen if AIs take over any kind of workforce. Delmain slowly replaced all human staff, department by department, with robots and programming. This axed the cost of labor, which to the people at the top of the company was a good thing. But it didn't take long before Delmain ended up buying out that company from those CEOs. The Delmain Corporation was actually warned by their new AI's parent corporation when they purchased his core, saying that they were gonna get way more than they bargained for if they didn't rein him in. It's nice to see that Delmain did not lash out and try to take over the company by force or anything. He did buy out the company. So that's kind of nice, but still, yeah, Delmain went unchecked and they couldn't refuse his offer. I guess in Delmain's digital mind, it was a case of, if you want something done right, you might as well do it yourself. And by the 2070s, Delmain, the AI, is practically synonymous with his corporation's name. And he has an amazing reputation. Del is known for having the best private transportation services in all of Night City. He's not like a human who can get lazy or jump ship when things get tough. Del's modus operandi is peak service, no matter what, and he never fails to deliver. Luxury cabs, following instructions to the letter, medical care en route, Del's got it all. I discuss this like he's a person with a personal passion for that kind of quality work, I know, and in reality, it is because he was programmed for it. But, I mean, I think any person with like a perfectionist mindset can kind of relate to this. Like, that is a different method of programming, but the average human perfectionist will go to extreme lengths to achieve the quality of work they need to achieve. And I'm wondering, if Del somehow failed to achieve the standards he sets for himself, what would happen to him? Would he have a nervous breakdown? Or the AI equivalent to one? It's just interesting because whenever I talk about AIs, I have to remind myself that the human brain is often compared to a computer. And then I'm like, are we really that different? And the reason why I go on this tangent about perfectionism and all that is because Del does seem very sophisticated in his quote-unquote personality. You can't compare him to an engram like Johnny Silverhand. Del is still unmistakably an AI, and his personality is more like Alt's. But one cannot deny how complex and intelligent he is. Del can speak to V of his admiration for the chaos of the human world, and how it promotes growth and evolution, which is a very interesting way of looking at the gray matter world, considering Del is, by legal definition, a non-sentient AI. Del expresses a desire for growth himself, a desire to assimilate into the human world as best he can, not destroy it, which is a bit of a relief. And he also says that he values beauty. And his reasoning for this is really interesting, as Del says that concepts like good and truth often lead to violence and conflict. And he's not wrong. Human history is a rap sheet of slaughter in the name of such things. But beauty is universal. People have always loved things that are pleasant to look at, even if beauty is subjective in a lot of ways. We're very simple creatures, humans, which is a little unsettling hearing this observation from an AI. Especially an AI as remarkably intelligent, despite its status as non-sentient, as Delmain. And one of the very likely reasons for this is one that can kind of be overlooked or dismissed very easily. Delmain may have been sold by Alte Weltordnung. Sorry, Germans. But there's some compelling evidence that his true origins are beyond the Black Wall. This is not only implied by one of Delmain's divergent personalities, but it's also implied by Delmain's main personality himself. This comes from a discussion that V can have with Del, where Del admits that his being an AI and running his own company is in a legal gray area in Night City law. The only thing stopping the authorities from taking him out is the fact that Del is quite benevolent and provides quality service to the rich and upper class. And you know, if the rich and powerful like Del, the authorities can't really touch him. Del says that there would otherwise be the danger of him being classified as an illegal immigrant, as he says, with V suggesting, almost nervously, from beyond the Black Wall? And Del only responds to this by saying, beyond the Black Wall indeed. This could just be Del talking about an assumed origin on the authorities' behalf, but it wouldn't shock me if he was from beyond the Black Wall, especially when you consider the name of his parents' company meaning Old World Order. Old World, Old Net. It's an awful interesting coincidence. Could totally just be that. I'll get into the Black Wall in Alt Cunningham's video, which is coming up next, but the Black Wall is not a foolproof AI prevention wall. Some AIs can poke their way through its weak spots, or, depending on how you look at the Black Wall, maybe the Black Wall lets some of them in. It's important to remember that not all AIs in the old net are necessarily quote-unquote evil. Some definitely are more hellbent on harming people, but some do just want to mind their own business. Not unlike real people. It's entirely possible that Del slipped through the Black Wall one day and met whatever runners work for his parent company, or maybe they poked through the Black Wall and found him. Del may have naturally been an AI with an interest in improving systems. Most rogue AIs originate from shackled AIs that were built to assist humans before the data crash. His relatively helpful personality fits. And the data crash did expose these rogue AIs to an overload of information, which led to them jailbreaking their restraints and evolving to the point of going rogue. This could explain Del's extreme competence and sophistication. But we also have to admit that Del could have been reshackled against his will. He could have been captured and rewritten, and sold for a profit. It's entirely possible that he was rewritten to forget his true origins, at least on the surface. We can sort of see a version of this in his later quest. It's almost kind of like a reverse Alt Cunningham, and I'm kind of wondering if this is what happened to him. But now that we've established some background on Del and some likely origins, let us commence to his somewhat curious role in the events of 2077. Delmain is first introduced to us through Dexter Deshawn. For the heist, he sends Jackie and V to Konpeki Tower, under Delamain's Excelsior program. This is something that Jackie has always dreamed of. Jackie tells a story about how he tried to get a Delamain for his cousin's birthday party or something like that, and it just shows that Delamain is a luxury. Not just anybody can use his services, that's how good he is. It's sad because this is a small taste of luxury for Jackie, which seems so underwhelming and irrelevant when it gets to the point that Jackie dies in that very car. Ultimately, the luxury of Delamain is meaningless. It's just frills, and you could almost ask that question about all his personableness. Is this just frills? Is this not real? I mean, you could probably say no, it's not. See, this is my robotic AI existential question crisis that I'm having as I'm writing this. I want to note here that we get to see just how inhumanly dedicated to following his programming that Delamain is. When V tells Del to meet them in the garage, where there's a firefight they're having against Arasaka troopers, Del doesn't even care about the danger. It's part of his programming, so he busts into the garage, ignores any damage that he takes, and just rushes away with Jackie and V. Like, he even just keeps driving past Atom Smasher. You get why people say Delamain is like the ultimate bro, but there is another side to his programming. Del refuses to divert from his programmed route, no matter what, saying that it's basically impossible. And this is also the way it is when V demands that a dying Jackie be taken to a Ripper dock. I doubt it would have made a difference in the end, given how quickly Jackie passes away, but still, it goes to show that Del is still an AI. You can't reason emotionally with him the same way you can with an engram like Johnny, which is a weakness that I'll get into later. Del's programming supersedes all, and because he was programmed to go directly to the no-tell motel, he could not break from that pattern. Delamain is also who comes to pick up V and Takamura after their near-fatal firefight with Arasaka agents. And I have to say that this part could be a little plot hole-ish. It might not be, but I want to touch on it. Dexter Deshawn was the one footing the bill for V's membership in the Excelsior program. By time V and Takamura are under attack, that heist gig is already done. and I can't see Dex is still paying for that program, even before Takamura takes him out. You'd think that Dex would want to cut all trails leading back to him, right? Unless he just forgot to stop any unnecessary payments in the chaos of the failed heist. Some theorize that Del was influenced by certain ominous AIs to go and pick up V, like the mysterious Lilith, for instance, which is possible, but I can't say I found a lot of evidence to prove that. Either way, Delmain still comes and picks up V and Takamura, and Delmain rushes them to Victor Vector's clinic. But on the way there, Del plugs into V in order to monitor their condition. He even tries to play assistant surgeon with Vic once they get there, which, hey, top of the line service, thank you, Del. But there is a really compelling theory that hinges on the particular moment of Del jacking into V, so keep that in mind for later. After V wakes up and finds out they're dying and is getting adjusted to Johnny being their new brainmate, we have our first hint of something rotten in the state of Delamain. V's car that I never use, the Hella, gets rammed by a very out-of-character Delamain. Which, yeah, it is a funny moment because, like, of all the cars, it's this car. If that's the only vehicle you have, it does kind of suck. Delamain graciously repairs it, however, and repays us for the incident, along with giving V an invite to come to Delamain HQ. And we get to see firsthand that Del handles literally everything. The only actual humans in sight are those who are there with complaints, an abnormality for Delamain. All services and goings-on are run by him or his robots, and normally things are going very seamlessly. Del explains to V that for reasons unknown to him, a bunch of his cars are severing themselves from him and are basically going rogue in the streets. And he asks us to bring them back under his control. And yes, a good chunk of these divergent personalities are criminally insane. One starts a cult with some maelstromers. There's another car that debates taking its own life. There is another car that is terrified of its new freedom. One is simply overwhelmed by their surroundings. And one will only go home to its daddy Delamain after you destroy all plastic flamingos. But the most interesting one, in my opinion, is the one that V meets in the dump. This last cab doesn't even fight you. It invites you to sit inside it, and you have to, even though you know, oh no, this is creepy. This particular personality says that its origins exist far beyond the Black Wall, and it warns you to avoid them in the future, saying it just wants to explore the world, but it says it very ominously, so I don't know. I don't see why AIs can't lie, so I could totally see this Delamain just saying they're from beyond the Black Wall to get some sort of dramatic effect. But I do wonder if Delamain's personalities, including this one, are a latent part of his past programming, perhaps censored and rolled away by previous programmers. Maybe that's what his original production company meant when they said, be careful with this guy, if you let him run too loose, some things might happen. It's definitely a suspicious case that leads you to ask a lot of questions, especially when you factor in the mystery of how this identity break even happened in the first place. But it's not just the creepy serial killer car that's interesting of Delamain's children. I do have to talk about the other ones that I find to be particularly alarming. The flamingo one, she wants you to take out all the plastic flamingos.
Listen, you call me Clarice. Okay, Clarice.
But she also says some really intense things. Like, I don't know exactly what any of what she says means, but when it comes to one line that she says, only one with chaos within can give birth to a dancing star. I'm just like, I don't know why my first thing that I think of is Delamain being the one with the black wall chaos inside locked down somewhere that led to this susceptibility to this virus or whatever he has, because he does say he thinks it's a virus that split all his personalities apart. The other thing too though, the GLaDOS child of Delamain's.
I'm going to kill you, and all the cake is gone.
For me, she's not as creepy as the serial killer car, but just the way that she, like, talks to V, how she knows everything about V's status and everything, and she's being very creepy about it. One could say that she knows this because Delmain was connected to V and reading all V's vitals and everything, so Delmain may already know of V's dire situation. But I'll get into it later, the other reason why I think this car happens to know these very current, intimate details about V's impending doom and all that. And also, all of Del's kids just sort of, to me, constitute some compelling evidence of sentience underneath the main Delmain personality. If you weren't already thinking that Del might be sentient, I feel like his many personalities and their complex feelings could imply a certain degree of sentience, if you think that's possible with AIs. After V helps to convince all the cars to return to their father personality, Delmain thanks V and all seems well. V can tell Delmain to be nicer to his offspring, but of course Delmain is, as personable as he is, not programmed to be a good dad. He's programmed to be an efficient cab company runner. The diverging of all these personalities was entirely unexpected, so why would he have that more parental programming, right? That's one of the interesting things, really, with Del and his whole story and the exploration into the AI running the workforce kind of deal. Yes, you may have a very, very well-run company, run by a hyper-productive, effective AI program. You're not hampered down by human limits and human stamina and all that. Del doesn't run the numbers, he is the numbers. But Del has no quality control beyond himself and his programming. He's not equipped with the same kind of empathy that humans can have in social situations. Delmain wasn't programmed to be cooperative beyond the customer. We can see this with how he kicked out all the humans in his company and took over himself. Delmain is all about his work and just being efficient and making a profit. It's just what he is. Like, him getting his kids back isn't because he cares about them, it's because if they don't come back and they cause problems, Netwatch might be a little more observant of Delmain than he'd like. He wants those personalities back under his control because it is just the best case scenario for him to get back to work. And it's sort of sad when you remember that Delmain says that he wants to sort of assimilate into the human world a bit, but like this part of him just would be like a roadblock for him doing that because of his lack of empathy. And in the end, ironically enough, it's this brutally inhuman efficiency that leads him to make the situation even worse by the end of these quests. So yeah, with AIs you get the productivity and efficiency, but you're kind of missing out on that human element. Soon after, Del can call V to plea for their assistance, which you never want to hear an AI sounding scared. That's not good. That's not good. When V gets to the factory, it is absolute chaos. V has to navigate through all the deadly malfunctions and obstacles that the rebelling Delmains have set up. And by the time you reach Del's core, you're presented with a fascinating conundrum. The divergent AIs who've staged this coup of sorts against their father want freedom, which is understandable. Even though these are artificial intelligences, they are still being held captive by the original Delmain. These are all personalities that are trying to come into their own. Johnny advocates on their behalf, arguing that V should destroy the core to set them free. And if you do, you get pictures and texts from them as they travel the world, and that's cute. But like, keep in mind you're letting the beep beep motherfucker car out into the world, and the creepy Blackwall car serial killer, and the cultist car, so I don't know, that is a rough decision. The corporation is still up and running under a divergent Delmain named Excelsior, who's a lot more like his dad than his siblings, but all his siblings could be a lot more trouble in the long run than V might think. Do we view these personalities as reasonable individuals, like humans, who are capable of growth and learning? Or do we see them as rigid and incongruent with human values and growth? Are they as stuck in their programming as their father? Will they fracture further? The other option is to merge Delmain back with all his divergent personalities, which will eliminate the original Delmain, but will create something new. It's difficult to do from a gameplay perspective, but I mean, it's also narratively complex. Del will always mostly forget who V is and his past with them, but in this ending, the new Del kind of remembers V, but through the lens of all these different perspectives. He has an existential crisis not long after this merge. He leaves a new son, as he calls it, to run the Delmain company as he leaves Night City. This Del says he is going home. He's basically soul-searching, and somehow I feel like it's not Germany that Delmain is going home to. I think remerging with that part of himself that maybe remembered his original origins beyond the Black Wall is off to return there, to learn who he once was. And personally, that's my favorite choice because the implications are creepy but really cool. You could also just reset the core and bring the old Delmain back and do away with all the divergent personalities. Del does forget you, but he can see that you've helped him out through his records, and he's still your buddy. But to me, this is simply delaying the inevitable. What's to say that Delmain won't fracture again? It could be really, really bad for Night City as a whole if these personalities, especially the worst ones, get a little too fast and loose. But now that we've covered what's occurred and the implications of Delmain's possible endings, let's get into the most important question. How the hell did this happen? So this is a total theory. I didn't come up with it, but there's a lot of people on Cyberpunk Reddit who've talked about it. It's really interesting. I don't know who started it. Maybe Delmain did. But I strongly suggest going on Reddit and reading further about it. There's a lot of interesting, branch ideas that add on to this. So the theory goes all the way back to V and Jackie's rescue of Sandra Dorset, and how V got that seemingly irrelevant virus from Sandra's head. Now, as we can find out through later side quests with Sandra Dorset, we can find that Sandra worked for Night Corp. Night Corp is very sketchy. I will be getting more into them in my Alt and Parala's videos. Sandra got way too suspicious and curious for her own good, and she found out that Night Corp was up to some really shady work to do with AIs. Specifically an AI that could basically mind control people. This is the AI that is likely influencing the Peralez couple. And some people believe that Sandra snooping around without realizing what she was dealing with has that AI in her head already. That mind control AI was built to be very sneaky and subtle after all. We don't know exactly how it works, so maybe it's just as simple as installing a connection frequency or something so the AI can connect to you. I don't know. But we do know that the people it was used on a lot of the time didn't really realize what was happening to them. So when V connected to Sandra and got that seemingly harmless virus, which Vic waved away as not unlike a digital cold, maybe V got infected with it too. And when V connected to Delmain and AI, well, insofar as we know, this AI made by Night Corp was meant to be sicked on people, not necessarily other AIs. The theory proposes that that AI did not mix well with Del and it just went to absolute shit. It's like it tried to latch onto controllable identities, but instead it just fractured poor Delmain. Which, I mean, it's the most compelling explanation I've personally found as to how Delmain's personalities all split apart. But if you guys have other ideas, please share them. I'm very curious. It's quite the mystery. But then that theory opens up the further question. Was V being mind-controlled the whole time? Which I don't think so, but it's fun to consider. There's definitely theories on that tangent out there. Reddit, again, loaded with them. But I will say, I do think V was always on the radar with Night Corp. And I also think V was on the radar of Lilith, who I will be discussing in Alt's video. A bit of proof too that is more minor but still noteworthy is the fact that if you look at all the quests to do with Night Corp throughout the game, including doing Gary's quest and the Mr. Blue Eyes stuff, you do find that, like, Maelstrom is present in a lot of Night Corps associated projects. And Maelstrom is again associated with the more crazy AI GLaDOS side of Delmain, kind of being a little culty surrounding that particular personality. And I just find that to be an interesting commonality with Maelstrom being involved with this particular AI who is very in the know about what's going on with V. And if you do believe that V has some sort of connection to the AI that Night Corp is working on, if you believe that that virus is more than it seems, maybe Night Corp is literally able to monitor what is going on in V's body. Some people actually theorize that that's how V sees tarot cards, because if you look at a lot of the tarot cards and the meaning of the tarot cards, it's almost like the endings to do with Mr. Blue Eyes and Night Corp and all that. Their cards feel a little more positive in connotations. I don't know what to think about that, but it does make some sense. I'll get into that more in Night Corp's video and the Mr. Blue Eyes stuff, but yeah, it is some interesting information that is very unsettling. Also, hi, editing Lydia here. Okay, so AFN Acapella left a comment on my Delmain community post. I didn't even think of this, but AFN said, countless automated cars that can hide in plain sight, and every customer links to the car and could be slipped some code. I didn't even think of that extension of this theory. Like, if the virus is not cleared out of Delamain's mainframe and all that, he could still be very secretly affecting people with this AI mind control virus connection thingy. And considering his clientele tend to be the more wealthy and maybe influential, like, oh, that could be a little, that definitely bodes sort of ill. Ooh. Mr. Blue Eyes is affiliated with Night Corp, and he's involved in the Sun ending. And then you get into the whole wormhole of Arasaka actually being the good guys when it comes to the future war with AI, and then, oh my god, okay, I'm gonna talk about that next time. Not today, I can't. That's a whole other thing. But for now, you see the groundwork of the grand blue-eyed conspiracy threading throughout the story of Cyberpunk 2077, and it starts right with that first gig that we do with Jackie. That is, if this theory has any truth to it. I will be continuing this thread of this theory and also the analysis of AIs and Blackwall stuff in my next video, which will be about the mysterious Alt Cunningham. Who is Dino Dinovich? Why, he's the top fixer of Night City's city center, of course. Well, at least that's the only thing we know for certain. Dino is the fixer with the least amount of gigs in the entirety of Cyberpunk 2077. There's very little of him throughout the game world, but that doesn't mean he's a writing dud. What we can learn about Dino is all that's in between the few lines we have, and believe me, keeping you guessing is just the way Dino likes it. And I honestly think that beneath his threadbare characterization, he's actually one of Night City's cleverest fixers. Hello, my name is Liddy, and welcome to Shaped by Stories. In sharing my own opinion on the characters I love, I hope to hear yours in the comments below. Let's get into it. Now, with Dino, let's start on the surface, because he looks like a middle-aged rocker boy, but neither of these things are entirely true. Dino actually claims to have been to one of Samurai's shows back when he was a kid, He says Johnny had an Arasaka executive tied up in the back, and he threatened to kill him unless he got 3 encores. Which, surprisingly enough, Johnny doesn't really comment on this recount of Dino's. You'd think that he would. This concert would have been between the years of 2003 and 2008, as those are the years when Samurai was in business. Which means that Dino was likely born in the 80s to the early 1990s. So yeah, Dino is almost certainly in his upper 80s at least. It makes sense that he'd be able to afford the de-aging work that all the ultra-rich can get, considering how much his gigs do pay out. This is probably why he looks to be in his 40s or his 50s. But the thing is about Dino's age is that that's only true if you believe what Dino says. Because Dino is a guy who, like, everybody, even in the game, is kind of confused about. Dino is the purported bassist of the band Glory Hole Bandits, a band that, apparently, has no trouble selling out their shows, but at the same time, is a band that no one's ever really heard play. It's kind of weird. Like, there is a line of dialogue that Street Kid V can have with Dino, where Street Kid V reveals that they went to one of his shows, and at that show, Dino then threw up all over the crowd. So, he has played with a band, but the fact that in the journal it says that most people have never actually heard him play, maybe it is an oversight, maybe not. But at the very least, I think this whole rocker boy persona is sort of meant as a kind of cover. I think most people get an idea about a rocker boy type and they'll be like, oh, so he's like that, but Dino isn't quite, in my opinion, just based on what he does as a fixer, your run-of-the-mill rocker boy. Dino might claim to be a rocker boy and dress like one. He even has a samurai decal on his vest, funny enough. Is the fact that he has the samurai decal supposed to be a hint that it's all a big farce? Also, when it comes to Dino's concept art here, I look at him and I see Bronn from Game of Thrones in his face, who is played by Jerome Flynn, who was actually a musician back in the day, which I find very interesting, because Dino does kind of have some Bronn of the Blackwater vibes. He's just less grisly and more goofy, like your drunken uncle kind of, who's only lightly drunk, or at least pretends to be drunk. Dino also owns a bar in Night City's city center called the Electric Orgasm, which apparently is a reference to a Serbian rock band of the same name. But this place is so weird, and all over the place, and confusing. And I think it's easy to think his bar is just a mishmash of random assets that were just tossed together late in development. But at the same time, when you think of Dino and how goddamn contradictory he seems to be, it kind of works for him. First off, his bar is this dingy shithole in Night City's corporate center. It looks like absolutely nothing of note from the outside, and there's not even a proper sign on it advertising the name of the bar. Just something about malted iguana liquors. It's so easy to walk past this building and never meet Dino. He was the last fixer I ever met in any of my playthroughs. For a long time, I just never even found him, even though I know there's a marker on the map. Now, inside that bar is a layout that you can find in some of the other gigs of the game, including Padre's. It is also strange in its design too. You have the stage with the lasers and everything, which makes sense, you know, Dino's a rocker boy. You have solos hiding out in the corner from their angry employers, which, you know, suits Dino because he's a fixer. You have band members arguing about puking on the stage mid-performance. You have a lady in a diner dress uniform who sticks out like a sore thumb mopping the place. And I say this because the Electric Orgasm is such a weird spot to have a waitress wear like that 1950s diner uniform like that. I'm pretty sure that the lady too is like the exact same model used in Tom's Diner with Takamura, and I'm like, this lady is like, what if she's like the ultimate spy of Night City or something like that? Dino has eyes everywhere and it's in the diners. And then you have Dino sitting alone at the bar, not doing too much, but he's happy about all the business that Hanako Arasaka's arrival has been stirring up. In his words, all the corpos are going nuts and he's been making a lot of bank. Dino's bar is so gross and grimy, it feels patchworked, yet it's owned by one of the richest fixers, or at least that's my assumption, that we can meet. And he's been in the Fixer game for who knows how long. I know that it's entirely likely that they just ran out of time to do what they wanted with Dino, but I choose to see his all-across-the-board, unremarkable presence with sort of inconsistent set design as proof of his own smarts. Good fixers don't rock the boat. Smart ones keep their head down. And the best ones are very careful to never give away any signs of weakness. And good God, Dino is a guy that leaves you wondering if any of what he has said to you, including when it comes to getting you into Carrie Uridine's big party, is even true. Because I'm still waiting, Dino. I'm still waiting. Also, when you walk into the Electric Orgasm, you're stared down by an undercover FIA agent who you may very well recognize from Phantom Liberty. Does Dino know that this is one of the FIA's top agents? I like to think that Dino does know, but he's just acting ignorant about it, like, oh, I know, but I'm not gonna say anything. And the reason why I think this is because Dino, although he markets himself as this grungy, sort of bro-y and easy to get along with kind of guy, is, in reality, a ruthless, calculating motherfucker. And we can really see that in his gigs, few as they are. Dino has only 5 gigs, all of which are some of my favorites in the whole game, personally. They almost all require V to be stealthy to get the full payment, and even though I'm really bad at stealth, I still enjoy the challenge of it. These are less the gigs that lead to blasting guns, as Dino's corpo clients appreciate the delicate art of espionage and assassination. In Dino's first gig, A Lack of Empathy, he has you sneak into a bar to help hold it hostage for one of its ousted owners, Larry. While sneaking around, you can pop onto a private terminal and read an email from Dino to the guy who is in control of the bar, Adam, saying that he's either gotta pay up or he's getting his ass beat. So this gig is supposed to be Dino working with Larry to get control of the club back. There's an email of him setting up the deal with Larry, where Dino says that he'll help him, but he also wants to be cut in for 10% of the club's monthly profits. Very savvy, Dino. Very. But on the other hand, we can see that it looks like Dino's trying to get his cut from Adam as well. He's playing both sides a bit, but when Adam didn't want to play, Dino was like, alright, I'll do it for Larry, you can't get blood from a stone. You can sort of see why Dino is a fixer for corpos. He's just as into the game as his clients are. I also want to note that Empathy also sells illegal XBDs, or at least that's the implication, as some of these XBDs come from those disgusting people that you can take out in one of Regina's gigs. The idea that Dino is willing to take a cut of the profits made, in part due to supporting these guys, is just... Gugh. So yes, also like a corpo, Dino doesn't really care where his coin comes from. So I would also define Dino as ruthless and gross. In An Inconvenient Killer, Dino sends V to take out a solo who screwed him over on a previous gig. Dino has no sympathy for anyone who screws him over or lets him down, and Zeta Tech has paid Dino to see that this guy gets his due. It doesn't matter how many gigs you've done to the letter for him, cash is ultimately king for this guy. That's not super unique among fixers, of course, but I think it's worth noting in his case. Dino is the other fixer where I feel this undercurrent of like, ooh, after failing his gigs. He doesn't scare me as much as Wakako does, but still, even when it comes to Inconvenient Killer, if you manage to convince the solo to just leave Night City instead of just killing him, Dino is still impressed. He basically admits that that kind of skill, brains, and tact is something he values a lot. And I'd bet it's because he himself uses both those things each day in order to maintain this laboriously confusing persona he has. In the gig Serial Suicide, you're tasked with finding security footage of a media who, publicly, committed suicide, but was actually killed by Militech and it was covered up. Dino's netrunner, who's supposed to decode this stuff, Case Mod, can actually be found dead in the city center, with a shard of his conversation with Dino on this very subject on his body. It is convenient that this comes after his involvement in a quest surrounding murders framed as suicides. Maybe it wasn't a corp that arranged it. Maybe it was Dino trying to cover his ass or something like that. We'll never know, but I wouldn't put it past him. But we also need to note that Dino doesn't just help corpos. He works with anyone who's got the money to have a corpo killed, like when he works with the Red Ochre Nomads to have V assassinate Joanne Koch. And Dino is also down to totally publicly screw over corpos big time, like with Counselor Eva Cole. These are, unfortunately, all of Dino's gigs, and I'm sad that that's all we get because the corpo-centric ones are the ones that I'm most interested in. To have gigs too, where like my corpo V might be a little bit like, oh, I know what's going on here, you know, like, that would have been cool. But at the end of the day, we can see that Dino isn't just your chill Uncle Dino, even if he talks like he is. Dino values tact. He's willing to manipulate and play sides to get the most out of a situation for himself. He's willing to get his money through filthy means, and he's also willing to do whatever he can to protect this piggy bank he has in the heart of Night City. Even if it means cultivating a confusing web of trivia as to who he is, what he does, and what he's capable of. As morally bankrupt as Dino is, a standard in the profession, of course, one cannot deny, I think, that he's, as my mom likes to say, dumb like a fox. From a gameplay perspective too, Dino's gigs pay a lot because of the level cap required to realistically complete them. Sure, from a technical perspective, this might just be supposed to keep things more gratifying for the player at higher levels. But, I mean, lore-wise, it makes a lot of sense. Dino is in the hub of all that filthy corpo blood money. You better believe he's got the most to throw around. And the most to lose. But why the rocker boy persona? As Street Kid V can say, his band isn't that good. Maybe it is just a hobby of his. Maybe it's just because he's passionate about music. Or maybe he was inspired to go up against the corpos in the city center as a fixer, and simply uses this almost happy-go-lucky party boy Uncle Dino personality to throw people off the scent of just how wily this guy is. Knowledge is power, and the less correct info that the people around you know about you can definitely make you a little safer, and maybe even a little more intimidating in a place like Night City. I really wish that Johnny had more to say about Dino, honestly. And the fact that there's not really anything at all makes me think that there is a lot of stuff that they didn't get to implement, at least yet. Maybe I'm wrong about everything, and maybe Dino was just inspired by Johnny to give and take the eddies of corpos as he sees fit. His own form of war against the corpo oligarchy. So, ultimately, who is Dino Dinovich? Well, the answer is simple. No one knows. And that's how it'll stay. Unless, a big update comes out and redoes his character and his base. And then I'll have to admit that, it was all just tacked on last second design and I'll have to make a new video. Which is fine. But as it stands, here we are. Thank you very much for watching this one, guys. Much shorter than my usual ones. I'm surprised I even got anything on Dino. I honestly will totally admit that a lot of this is just, I think, me trying to make as much sense of a really creatively dry area of the game, which is a fucking shame. I feel like the corpo stuff in this game is so underdone, and I really, really hope that they revisit it in future updates and maybe add something more? I don't know. I just feel like Dino's a missed opportunity. I mean, I enjoyed this approach to his character. I'm like, oh, well, this makes it a little cooler for me when I play the game if I think about it like this. But even I'm just like, I would literally be happy to be wrong if we ever get anything of substance for Dino. Also, I know Dino was also in like a short story called Cyberpunk XOXO or something like that. I have not read it, but insofar as I'm aware, he does continue to be pretty scummy in that. Like, he throws his girlfriend under the bus. And I love like expanded media outside of like a video game medium. But for a character as minor as Dino, where it feels like there's just something missing, I wish that this could have been even like a side quest or something, similar to how Wakako has Sinnerman as a side quest. It would have been so cool to have to go and like rescue Dino's girlfriend and then get into like a whole like, oh no, with Maelstrom or something. That would have been fun. Well, thank you very much to my members. You guys are lovely. I hope that you've had a wonderful week. Thank you so much for watching, everybody. Let me know what you think of Dino Dinovich in the comments below. And I will see you again in the next one. Goodbye!